Just a moment for Councillor Summerfield to arrive. Wait for Councillor Summerfield, or should we? Councillors, your attention please. I'll officially declare the April meeting of the Toowoomba Regional Council open. Thank you very much for your attendance today. Can I recognise that this is being live streamed, and can I thank those people who are taking an interest by watching the live stream today? Can I thank our staff who are here today as well for their presence in this room today and what they give to this organisation. Can I acknowledge the Aboriginal parties whose songlines traverse these lands we meet on today, the Western Waka Waka, the Guybil, the Jarrawa and the Bigambul peoples, and can I pay my respect to their elders past, present and emerging, for they hold the knowledge, the rich traditions and the bold ambitions of Australia's first people. Today, councillors, we move towards that very iconic day, the 25th of April, Anzac Day. I think it's appropriate that we take time to remember those who served this country, those who fought for the freedoms of this country, and those who, in fact, passed away as a result of that service. But can I also recognise those people who are still serving in the military, defending our country, but the work that they're doing across the world in terms of determining peace. I have with me here, what do I do with that? Something that's been given to me by Councillor Carol Taylor, which is the Australian Defence Veterans Covenant. And may I read that? We, the people of Australia, respect and give thanks for all who served in our Defence Force and their families. We acknowledge the unique nature of military service and the sacrifice demanded of all who commit to defend our nation. We undertake to preserve the memory and the deeds of all who have served and promise to welcome, embrace and support all military veterans as respected and valued members of our community. For what they have done, we will do this. I think it's also appropriate, councillors, that we recognise the passing of the Duke of Edinburgh, Prince Philip, in the last week, and thank him very much for what he did for this world. He was a great leader. During last week, I had the sad occasion to attend the funeral of Jerry Damani. It was limited in numbers, but the reality is that Jerry's contribution to this community and to the state of Queensland was absolutely enormous. And whilst we don't often mention people here on this occasion, I think Jerry's contribution to the Toowoomba Regional Council's area, to the work that she had done with the state government, to the work that she'd done with Tisby, was absolutely enormous, and I think we should always remember her contribution. I'll move then to item 2, which is attendance, apologies, leave of absence, granting of leave of absence and declarations of interest. There's no apologies today, but anyone wishing to seek leave of absence? Move then to declarations. Councillor Von Hoff.
Thank you, Mayor. I just request that it be minuted that I declared a declarable conflict of interest in relation to item number 3, the Range Tennis Club, row 10 of the attachment there, at the Environment and Community Committee meeting on the 14th of April 2021. And my decision to leave and stay away from the place where the meeting is being held while the matter was discussed and voted on. All of the relevant circumstances remain unchanged, and so today I'll be leaving and staying away from the place where the meeting is being held while this matter is also discussed and voted on.
Thank you. Any comments in respect to that? If not, Councillor O'Shea.
Thank you, Mayor. I wish to request that it be minted that I declare a declarable conflict of interest in relation to item number 6 at the Finance and Business Strategy Committee meeting of the 14th of April 2021, and of my decision to leave and stay away from the place where the meeting is being held while this matter is discussed and voted on.
Thank you. Any comments, any questions for Councillor O'Shea? Move then to Councillor Summerfield.
Thank you, Chair, and may God save our Queen. Item number 16, declarable conflict of interest, confidential item RF 006135, Human Resources and Employee Services Quotation Assessment. I inform this meeting that I have a declarable conflict of interest in this matter as defined in Section 150 EN of the Local Government Act 2009. The nature of my interest is as follows. This declarable conflict of interest arises because one of the firms who responded to RF 006135 has previously worked with councillors and the executive leadership team, including multiple workshops plus one-on-one interactions, which have resulted in meeting socially on a couple of occasions, including the Toowoomba Carnival of Flowers mayoral garden party, which council, not me, had obviously invited to attend, as well as telephone engagement. I wish to participate in the decision in relation to this matter. I acknowledge that eligible councillors must now determine, pursuant to Section 150 ES of the Local Government Act 2009, whether I, 1, may participate in the decision about the matter, including by voting on the matter, 2, must leave the meeting, including any area set aside for the public, and stay away from the meeting while the eligible councillors discuss and vote on the matter, or 3, may participate in the decision about the matter subject to conditions.
Any questions for Councillor Summerfield?
Mr Mayor,
Councillor
I'm sorry, and I apologise for my tardiness in not noticing this. I think Councillor Nancy Summerfield has made a point that there would be 4 of us sitting around the table in exactly the same position, and senior staff as well, who have participated in exercises or programs with these people, and actually just that once mixed socially. So I just, probably through you to the CEO, ask where that leaves the other people sitting around this table who are in the same position as Councillor Summerfield.
And the staff.
And staff.
Sorry, Councillor Summerfield, I didn't hear that.
And the staff.
Senior staff as well.
I'll address the senior staff one. The council is the decision maker, not the senior staff, in relation to this, and we made those appropriate declarations when we were administratively when we were doing our considerations of the assessment. So that's that one. The other one is it's up to each council to make their declaration on their own circumstances. Councillor Summerfield has detailed the circumstances which may be relevant to the other councillors in the room. If that's the case, they should do a similar thing.
So if I could follow up my question, Mr Mayor, we were part of a program that came here and we worked one-on-one with these people. I'm not concerned about the social side of that, because there were a whole lot of other people at the mayoral garden party, and I certainly wasn't sitting at a table or anything with the said people. But we did work one-on-one with these people, so I believe it does put us and in an unusual position, and I read that late last night and I didn't think about it, but I'm a little bit conflicted about that actual matter being on the agenda, and how any of us could deal objectively with it.
Okay. Any other comments around the room? Brian, we would have all just about been involved in discussions with this group, wouldn't we? Well, most of the councillors who were serving last term. And if that were to be the case, well, I think we'd have to defer this matter for consideration at another time. Councillor McDonald and Councillor O'Hara-Sullivan.
Thanks, Mr Mayor. I obviously we need to be cautious of all of these decisions that we make. That being the case, this would come to us in confidential as a recommendation through various metrics of determining who would be or could be the best candidate to undertake the role that's been asked of for council. So I'm not, you'd probably have to seek guidance on this. I'm not sure, other than the decision that's made from council to either accept a recommendation or vote against a recommendation as to how this fits in. I think there is definitely a cause for a declarable conflict. Whether that influences a person's decision based on the information we receive, and all councillors have received it, would be a different matter. So I would think it would be an individual, if there's anything aside from what we've done as training, which has been organised through the organisation in a professional manner with this professional group as a contractor to do the task, unless it sways a decision or would influence a decision unfairly or unjustly, then I don't see that there's any reason why we can't stay in and discuss the matter and vote on it. That's my personal opinion.
Councillor O'Hara-Sullivan, and you wish to comment on that, Brian? On Councillor McDonald's and then Councillor O'Hara.
Yeah, look, I tend to agree. I think councils have to conclude, as the individuals have to consider how close is their personal relationship with that, with any of those entities that are involved in the quotation process. Is there a benefit that's coming to you that would not be coming to the rest of the group? And is the council's involvement with the public interest, will it affect the public's interest or trust in the council by doing so? So you need to take those things into account. But unless you think, I would think, had a very close personal relationship with one or any of those people that are involved in that process, I think it's up to the council could quite reasonably make a decision that to allow all the councillors that are otherwise involved to stay involved in the decision making.
Councillor O'Hara-Sullivan.
Thanks, Mr Mayor. I suppose my reading of that was, as Councillor McDonald has said, that we're talking about engaging someone for professional services. I guess the difference might be, and I can't speak for Councillor Summerfield, but is the meeting socially on a couple of occasions. Is that the difference between working with someone in a professional sense?
That's what I felt, yes.
Yeah.
The fact that they were invited, the company, it's a Brisbane company, and they were invited to the Merrill Garden Party. And after one of our sessions, a few of us did go over to the Burke and Wills and have a glass of wine. So,
Councillor Bill Carl, Councillor O'Hara, you're finished?
Thank you.
Yep. Councillor Carl.
Thank you, Chair. Look, I'm happy to make a declaration, but from the outset I will say that I in no way, shape or form had a personal relationship with this consultant in question, if I'm reading that right. And I definitely didn't, at the time, I declined one-on-ones as part of the process that this consultant was engaged for council at the time. So I specifically would like councillors, if we're to make a declaration, I'm happy to do so. I'm happy to make a declaration on the basis that I don't think I'm happy to stay in the room and vote on the matter because I don't have any exposure to this consultancy or individuals outside of a professional engagement in this room collectively, and on a one-on-one basis I declined those because I didn't feel it was beneficial for me personally.
No, Councillor Von Hoff.
Thank you, Mr Chair. I think we do have a problem here because the Councillor McDonald was talking about the professional realm, but the invitation to the mayoral garden party takes us out of the professional realm and into the social realm. And further to what the CEO was saying, we have to decide if there is a real or perceived conflict. And I think that it's not just a matter of if one of us stands to benefit, it's that perception of a conflict. And there is that invitation in a social sense does show a closeness, and we have to think about the public confidence in this process, and I do think that we have a problem here.
Okay. Wish to comment, Brian, because that certainly has targeted me.
I'm just referring to the Office of the Independent Assessor meeting aid in relation to conflicts of interest.
Sorry, Brian, I'm having trouble hearing you.
I'm sorry, I'm just referring to a meeting aid conflict of interest put out by the Office of the Independent Assessor. One of the things they talk about is, I'll just quickly run through them. What's the nature and value of the interest? How significant is the personal interest? If the personal interest is a personal association, which is what we're talking about in this circumstance, what is the closeness of this connection, the duration, the nature and the strength of the relationship or the association? So these are things that council should be considering. Is there a realistic possibility that the outcome of the decision could affect the council's interest in a way that is not minor? So think about, how's it going to affect your personal interest, and is it not minor? Is there a realistic possibility that the outcome of the decision could either benefit or cause a detriment to the councillor or a related party in a way that is not minor? So is there going to be a benefit or a detriment to you as an individual if you voted to support or otherwise? Could the councillor influence the decision in a way that would benefit them or someone they have an association with? Would the councillor have no greater personal interest in the matter than other persons in the local government area, which is a little bit different in this case? How does this compare to similar matters where councils have decided a conflict of interest? So is council's decisions consistent in the past? Is there any other factors relevant to the local government area? So they're the kind of things that you should apply your mind to and work through that process. But you can make a decision to exclude the councillors involved or councillor that have declared those interests, or to allow them to stay and participate. But either way, you'd need a reason.
Okay, I'll seek your guidance. I guess it would appear that the fact that that particular individual was included on the mayoral garden party list as a result of a request from a third party, I would have to declare an interest as well, obviously. And I personally have a very strong view that that's probably going a little far. I think the relationship that I had with CPEM was very professional indeed. But that's entirely up to you as a group. Councillor Carroll.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. I'd just like to make a declaration that I was involved in the one-on-one and that I did just say hello at the garden party. I just want that on the record. Thank you. I think it's putting us in a very difficult position because Councillor Carl's right, he didn't participate in the one-on-one, but it was a reasonably long process, and there was I suppose, a relationship of sorts, even though it was professional. I guess that I'm still conflicted about it. I'm sorry.
Sorry, Councillor Carroll.
I'm conflicted about whether I should, and I feel the same with the senior staff. I'm sorry.
So that could possibly leave about 4 in the room. Would that be right? 4 or 5 in the room. I'm very challenged by this. Very challenged indeed. And that particular group was brought in for professional assistance, this group. And I think, Councillor Summerfield, the fact that you had spent an hour or an hour and a half or whatever it was with her and then went and had a wine, I'm very challenged to think that that would disqualify you from being part of the discussion. But Council, it's in your hands, and I guess that we need something definite to come out of Council. Councillor Summerfield.
Thank you, Mayor. I think it should be recognised that in my statement I said I wish to participate in the decision making, and therefore it's up to councillors to decide whether I can or I can't. I believe I have the ability to participate, but I need to... I wanted that potential conflict of interest to be on the table, to be recorded, but B, I wanted the councillors to make the decision about whether I can or cannot participate. I believe I can.
Councillor McDonald.
Yeah, Mr Mayor, for clarity, we probably should just work through each individual and have that same, because each individual may have had a closer connection that they feel might be something more. Councillor Summerfield has openly suggested that she'd like councillors to vote on the matter. She's put forward the fact that she feels she can stay in the room. There's been enough discussion. I think we move to Councillor Summerfield now. We vote on whether she stays in the room or not to vote and discuss the matter, and then we can work through each one by one.
Okay. Are you comfortable with that? Councillor Von Hoff.
Thank you, Chair. I agree with that. I have a further question for Councillor Summerfield. If we've moved to that part where we are going to vote on each individual case.
I think that would have to be the only way that we can clarify this, and this will take considerable time. And I think we need to spend some time somewhere in the future to get a policy on this, because the implications of some of the suggestions are enormous.
Okay.
So would someone like to move that Councillor Summerfield?
Oh, I have a question. Sorry,
Oh, you
Chair.
got a question?
So, sorry, Wendy, can you just keep it there and scroll it back up to where you were? When you, Councillor Summerfield, when you say that you've met socially on a couple of occasions, including the party, do you consider that you would be able to make a decision in an impartial way, or that your social connections with the group would preclude you from doing so?
I absolutely think I can do it impartially. I have had very little, it's quite intermittent contact that I have had with the people that we're talking about, or the person I'm talking about. And I'd be no different to many other people within the region that I engage with on a social level, which would not impair my ability either.
Thank you.
Okay, in your hands, Council. We're doing this individually, so Councillor Summerfield, is someone wishing to move accordingly?
Mr Mayor, I'm comfortable to move that Councillor Summerfield stays in the room for discussion and votes on the matter.
Councillor McDonald has moved. Councillor McMahon has seconded that. Any discussion? Those in favour? It's carried. Anybody else wishing to?
I would like it tested too, thank you, Mr Mayor. I haven't had any social interactions with the group mentioned, but it was a reasonably emotional and situation and process. So I'd just like, I guess, as a test for my colleagues to decide whether I should be here or not.
Okay, going back to the previous motion, we need a division. All in favour. Councillor Summerfield didn't vote. Is that clarity?
Yes.
Councillor Carroll, any discussion in respect to Councillor Carroll? We need reasons for the decision around Councillor Summerfield.
Around Councillor Summerfield?
We don't believe there is a conflict.
I'm happy to give the reason that the professionalism in which the training was conducted and the confidence that the councillor has in assuring impartial voting on the matter is a good enough reason.
Okay. Comfortable with that, Councillor Summerfield? Okay. Move then to Councillor Taylor. Yeah.
I'm happy to move that Councillor Carol Taylor remains in the room for discussion and vote on the matter.
Have I a seconder for that motion? Councillor Von Hoff. Any discussion? Those in favour?
Reasons could be the same.
Anybody else wishing to move in respect? Councillor Carl, you wish to say something?
Yeah, I'll just follow suit and make a declaration and for the determination of councillors as to whether I stay in the room or not. Just noting the fact that I had no contact outside of council with the individual, my recollection anyway. Yeah, over to councillors whether I stay in the room or not.
Okay, Councillor Von Hoff.
I think Councillor Carl, you said you didn't take part in one-on-one. I mean, if you've probably got the least contact of any councillor, is that a fair?
That'd be fair to say, but I'm happy to do as my colleagues are doing and make the declaration.
Happy to
Mover
move.
Councillor McMahon.
Happy to move that, Chair.
Councillor McMahon has moved that Councillor Carl may stay in the room, and Councillor O'Hara-Sullivan has seconded that. Any discussion? Those in favour?
And Chair, reasons can be similarly to the other two. Thank you.
Councillor O'Hara-Sullivan.
Thanks, Mr Mayor. With all honesty, I'm not sure how we got to this position. I can understand Councillor Summerfield's declaration, but I'm sure that this was not the intent of the legislation. But I'll declare that I was, in a professional sense, engaged with the firm that we were talking about.
Okay.
And I'd like
Any
to stay in the
questions,
room and
Councillor
discuss that.
O'Hara-Sullivan? Councillor McDonald?
Happy to move the...
Councillor McDonald has moved.
Councillor
Councillor Carl has seconded. Any discussion? Given the rules that apply to a vote of this nature, those in favour? Councillor O'Hara-Sullivan did not vote, and I guess the reasons are exactly the same. Anybody else wishing to? Councillor O'Shea?
Thanks, Mr Mayor. As per program, same declarable interest, and I wish to remain in the meeting.
Okay. Councillor McMahon has moved, remains in the room. Councillor...
You're doing well, Wendy.
Councillor Melissa has seconded that. Any questions? Those in favour? Anybody else wishing to declare? Councillor McDonald?
Mayor, I also declare the same vote, and in doing so I would just suggest that the process we're going through seems cumbersome, but I think it's important to do it, and no doubt we'll get better at it if it comes up again, but it is important to do. I'm happy to stay in the room if councillors decide to do so.
Okay, somebody move. Councillor McMahon. Seconder, please. Councillor Melissa Taylor. Any questions? Those in favour? Anybody else wishing to test? I guess I will have to test, and quite happy to declare an interest. I would think that we were to give the issue of the garden party serious consideration because of the couple of hundred people who are invited to the garden party. I think it would be a little awkward if the Mayor was to have to declare for each and every one of those. My relationship with CPEM was very professional and at times quite brutal, I thought, in terms of their response to me. There was a request through a third party, and I had no problem allowing them to come from Brisbane, her and her husband, partner, come from Brisbane to in fact enjoy the carnival flowers, and I'm quite happy to stay in the room if you vote in that way.
I have a question.
A question, yes, Councillor Von Hoff.
Thanks, Chair. So you say you were contacted by a third party, which goes to my question of how the guest list is chosen, and it sounds like you have a personal involvement in deciding that guest list. Is that correct?
Yes, I can take people on and off the guest list, I guess, to some degree. But I'm very, very happy. I was very, very happy to see somebody who had professionally helped this council and somebody who was from another area coming to the Carnival Flowers to spend some time here, stay here, and you know, I'll wear the decision of council on that.
And you were contacted by a third party to invite
Yes.
this
Through a
consulting
mutual
firm.
friend, yeah. Any further questions? Councillor McDonald?
Mayor, I'm equally comfortable. If you're comfortable that you can make an impartial decision, if you're comfortable that you can make an impartial decision on this matter, you're comfortable.
Well, certainly hope I can. I've been around these sort of tables for a fair while, and I'm...
So that's a yes?
Sorry?
That's a yes?
Yeah, I'm quite...
If that's a yes, I'm happy to move that you stay in the room and further discussion and vote on the matter.
Yep. Councillor O'Hara?
Mr Mayor, have you had any other contact with the tenderer apart from at the garden party?
I had a counselling session with her per phone about 2 months ago. With the person concerned.
So that's more in a professional sense?
Sorry?
More in a professional sense than a friendship?
Very professional. Very professional.
Mr Mayor, I have moved that you stay in the room
Yep.
based on your final statements that you believe you can vote impartially, so I've moved that. So if you
Seconder.
get a second.
Is there a seconder in the room? Councillor McMahon? Is it appropriate that I chair this meeting while the vote's being taken? Everyone else has stayed in the room.
Yeah, you can stay in the room.
It's appropriate that I chair it. I don't have a cast. Well, I won't be voting, naturally. Okay. Well, any further questions or discussion? Those in favour? That's carried. Those who voted negatively, those negative votes, please. Councillor Bonhoff has voted against, and Councillor Melissa Taylor has voted against that. The motion's carried.
Reasons are that, again, it's the same reasons, and more importantly, the second statement that the councillor has assured that he can remain impartial in the decision-making process.
If I can just say, the implications of who's invited to the mayoral garden party, if that vote were to get up, would mean that I would have to leave the room if it had gone the other way, that I would have to leave the room when any matters were discussed about those 200 odd people who come to the garden party, many of whom are friends, many of whom are professional people in this community. So, yeah, thank you very much for that. Right, well, we've just about finalised that discussion, I think. Councillor Von Hoff and Councillor. Bill, you've got another declaration?
Yes, thank you, Chair. And item 16, I apologise, councillors, I was unable to access my device last night. It was being changed over, but I notified the CEO and Wendy as soon as I read the report. I'd like to inform the meeting that I have a declarable conflict of interest in this matter as defined in section 150EN of the Local Government Act 2009. The nature of my interest is as follows. This declarable conflict of interest arises because of my years of friendship with a senior consultant with one of the firms who responded to such and such. I should read that out. RF 006135. I wish to participate in the discussion in relation to this matter. I acknowledge that eligible councillors must now determine, pursuant to section 150 ES of the Local Government Act 2009, whether I may participate in the decision about the matter, including by voting on the matter, must leave the meeting, including any area set aside for the public, and to stay away from the meeting while the eligible councillors discuss and vote on the matter, or may participate in the decision about the matter subject to conditions. I'm just wondering, given the climate of the last topic, whether I should just step out. I'm happy to I realise it's a confidential session. I can't elaborate. Can do within the confines about the details. I don't have not had contact with this individual for quite some years, but lives in the same community. So, over to you.
Any questions for Councillor Carl? Councillor McDonald?
Thanks, Mr Mayor. Through you. Councillor Carl, do you feel as though your relationship with this particular individual will affect the way that you assess the report and vote on the matter?
No, not at all. But there again, I'm tossing up, given the climate of the last discussion, of just stepping out.
Well, I guess that's the prerogative of the councillor to do that. So this might be superficial if the councillor decides to remove himself from the room. That's his prerogative, and it's out of the hands of councillors to make a decision on it. So it's really through you, Mayor, to the councillor if he decides to remove himself from the room. That's the section closed.
Yep. Councillor Carl, you did explain to me, and I thank you for it, your association with these people and your closeness with them some years ago. Do you think that, given the time that's elapsed, do you think that's a conflict?
No, I don't personally, but it's more about public perception. So I think I'll probably be better off stepping out just to be on the safe side, err on the side of caution. So I think I'll do that when this item comes up.
Any further questions for Councillor Carl? Councillor Shine?
Just to clarify, you said originally that it was years of friendship, and then you mentioned that it was a member, or the person is a member of the same community. Is it both or one or the other?
The person lives here in our community and is part of one of the groups that tendered as a senior consultant.
Well, but living in the community is one thing, but having years of friendship is another.
Yeah, well, I grew up with this gentleman and went to school with him and so forth. So I think probably I personally feel confident that it doesn't influence my decision making, but given the discussion on the recent item and the possibility of public perception, I think I'm better off stepping out when we come to this item. So sorry, Wendy, for that. I'll declare interest and step out of the room.
You've made the decision yourself to step out of the room, Councillor Carl.
Yes.
So we don't need to deal with that matter any further?
Yep.
Brian? That's fine. Okay. Right, we've managed to get through item 2. Any further questions or any declarations? That nature?
Morning, Tim.
Item 3, the confirmation of the minutes. Firstly, the ordinary meeting of Council on the 16th of March 2021. All councillors were present. Do I have a mover for those minutes, please? Councillor O'Hara-Sullivan, Councillor Shine. Any questions? Those in favour? Motion's carried without dissent. The special meeting of Council, item 3.2, on the 17th of March 2021. I was absent from that meeting. Would someone who was at the meeting wish to move that those minutes be a true and proper record? Councillor McDonald, a seconder please. Councillor Summerfield. Those in favour? It's carried. Move then to item 3.3, a special meeting of Council held on the 7th of April 2021. Councillor O'Hara-Sullivan was absent. Do I have a mover, please? Councillor O'Shea, Councillor Summerfield. Questions? Those in favour? Carried. Special meeting of Council held on the 14th of April 2021. Absent was Councillor Carol Taylor. Do I have a mover, please? Councillor O'Hara-Sullivan and Councillor Carl. Questions? Those in favour? Motion's carried. Councillors, is there any matters you wish to bring up now in item 4, business arising from the minutes? Any matters you wish to bring up? Move then to item 5, the presentation of petitions. A petition is to be tabled today by Councillor McMahon on the opening hours of the TRC community meeting rooms from the 1st of July 2021. Councillor McMahon.
Thank you, Chair. I present this petition today of Graham James Miller. It draws the attention of Council the proposed reduction in opening hours of the Toowoomba Regional Council community meeting rooms from 1st of July 2021. We therefore ask the Council to allow the hire of the TRC community meeting rooms during the hours of 5 p.m. until 9 p.m. on weekdays, particularly on Tuesdays and Thursdays from the 1st of July 2021. And Chair, this petition is signed by 131 residents, all of Toowoomba region, and it's on behalf of the many different Toastmasters clubs that call our region home. So, Chair, I'm very happy to table this petition to Council today. Thank you.
Councillor McMahon, if you wish to bring it down to the table, please. Present it. Would you like to move the receipt of that, Councillor McMahon? Receipt of that
Thanks, Chair.
petition?
Love to move the receipt of that petition.
Seconded by Councillor Summerfield. Any questions? Those in favour? That's carried. Move then to business which I may wish to bring forward by way of a mayoral minute. There is no business being brought forward, but I do intend to present a report today of my activities, particularly in regard to the regional bodies, later on in the meeting today. Now, we have no deputations or delegations by appointment, do we? No deputations? Right. We move then to the reception and consideration of committee reports. Firstly, we have item 8.1, Planning and Development Committee, and there are 9 items there. It goes to number 9. Anyone wishing to take anything out of that committee report? If not, could I have a mover for the receipt? Councillor O'Hara-Sullivan. Seconder, please. Councillor Melissa Taylor. Those in favour? It's carried. Move then to item 8.2, which is the Water and Waste Committee, and the one item there that was smoke testing. And is anyone wishing to take that out for separate consideration? If not, would someone like to move that? Councillor Von Hoff. Councillor Summerfield has seconded that. Those in favour? It is carried. We move then to the Infrastructure Committee, where we have 2 items for consideration. Anyone wishing to take anything out there for separate consideration? If not, do we have a mover, please? Councillor Carroll has moved. Councillor Melissa had seconded that. Those in favour? It's carried. We move then to item 8.4, where Councillor Von Hoff has declared an interest in relation to item 3, row 10. So would somebody like to move? Is there anyone wishing to take any further matters out?
Yeah, we have.
Chair.
We do have an item to pull out, James, which is that one?
Right, let's move around. Councillor Summerfield, you've got an item to pull out?
Item 3.
Item 3. Separate consideration already because of the declaration. Any other matters wish to be taken out? Well, the first motion will be all items except for item 3. Do I have a mover? Councillor O'Shea, seconded by Councillor McMahon. Questions? Those in favour? That's carried. We now move to item 3, row 10.
Do I have
Councillor
to
Von Hoff.
redeclare or am I right to just leave? Thank you.
So, in respect to item 3, row 10, do I have a mover? Councillor O'Shea has moved. Councillor McDonald has seconded that. Those in favour? That's carried. We get Councillor Von Hoff back. Unanimous vote. Yeah. There was no dissent then, was there? We move now to the remaining items in item 3. Row 10 having already been dealt with. Do I have a mover in that area, please?
I'd like to move an amendment, if I could.
Councillor Summerfield wishes to move an amendment.
If I could, please, add a fourth line there, that council review its grants policies to allow for transference of excess funds between grants if there is an oversubscription in the final round of the applications. Sorry, Wendy, I really should have sent that to you. My apologies. Sorry?
Just steady it down, and can you give us that again, please?
Okay. Do you want me to bring it down? It's in handwriting.
So you're moving that, that's additional clause be put in there, Councillor Summerfield?
Yeah, that the policy be reviewed so that that enables the staff then to share around the excess funds into those other grant policies. Yeah.
So it's been moved by Councillor Summerfield to move forward. Do we have a seconder? Councillor McMahon. Any comments around the room?
Can I comment?
Question?
Do you wish to speak for the motion, Councillor Summerfield, for the change?
Oh, look, I think it's quite self-explanatory. It came up in last week's discussions, and councillors agreed around the room that this is something we would like to see moving forward, and this enables staff to review the policy and come back to us for sign-off with any changes that need to be made, if they need to be made to that policy, to those policies.
Thank you. Anyone wishing to speak against that?
No, just a question.
Just a comment or a
Could,
question?
Councillor Summerfield, I just wonder whether it's just if it says there's an oversubscription in one of the programs, in a program, because the excess is right, excess funds, but it just sort of
In one program into
contradicts
another.
each other. Yeah.
Clunky.
Councillor Carl, a comment?
Question, if I may. Through you to Councillor Summerfield. Councillor Nancy, with the policy review,
It's actually all grants policies, not just community.
okay.
I don't know why. I don't know where that came from. The 2.59 community.
No, well, that's actually what it is. It's called the Community Grants Program, and underneath
Oh,
that...
it covers all of them.
Yeah,
Fair enough.
Yeah.
Fair enough.
So I guess my question then, probably through to the relative person, is then are we adhering to the benchmarks under each of these policies as to how community groups and organisations, entities receive funding, or are we just looking to allocate a budgeted amount across these regardless? Or I'm just not clear that the intent of each policy and the intent of organisations successfully applying and under a guideline and a benchmark that they must reach, because we're talking about community funds. When I say community, collective, everyone, ratepayers' funds. I'm just unclear as to the intent, and I was involved in the discussion. I was unclear then. I'm asking the question again. Is the intent to use the money regardless? Because it would suggest to me that comment, I don't know. I don't know what it suggests. I need some clarity.
Councillor Summerfield, you wish to make a comment?
If I could, please, Mr Mayor, and I guess Councillor Carl has highlighted that we need to be quite clear in what we're wanting, so maybe we need to have that come back as a workshop for us to work through the options, because I believe that councillors around the table from our discussions last week strongly believe that each of those individual grant buckets, if I could use that word, needed to remain intact to ensure that all of those areas were given the opportunity to utilise those funds. However, if there were leftover funds, that those funds be considered, not necessarily given to, as has happened in this case. Only some have been approved if it goes ahead, that the funding is there should there be a worthy application. So happy for Brian to provide wording around that if he thinks there is a better way to do it, but perhaps we do need to workshop it so that there's clear understanding by everybody as to what council desires.
So if the workshop come up with a different idea, we would be changing this recommendation. Is that fair comment on my part?
Well, the workshop would be able to identify options, I guess, because we can't make a decision in workshop, but we could identify options that could then come back to council for consideration, perhaps.
Precisely what I said.
Yeah.
Yeah, ultimately, this recommendation as it stands just basically says to review the policy, and I think that says enough for us to actually say ultimately council would have to make a decision for whatever changes it puts into the policy. So I think that's sufficient.
Yeah, thank you.
Councillor Carl, you wish to speak?
No, yeah, further question. Then do we need do we need it to be as specific as transferring of excess funds? Because there may, we after a workshop, I agree with the overarching statement, but do we, I think we probably, is that too specific?
Do you think it should?
Are we locked into the intent of that workshop that there's a budgeted amount, and notwithstanding the fact that they've got to be appropriately satisfactory, the applications, but are we locked into an outcome there by saying that?
We could just put a full stop after policy, if that would be better.
Or you could just put in the word consider, to consider allowing. I think if you put that one word in there.
I'd be
Or say
much more
including the
comfortable for it.
consideration, including, rather than, sounds like that's the only thing we're going to look at.
Yeah, including.
Including but not limited to the consideration.
I'm happy with that.
And maybe...
So, anybody who wishes to speak against the motion?
Mr Mayor, I'm
Carroll?
not speaking against the motion, but I think we probably should just put a full stop after grant programs and just see what comes out of the workshops.
How does the mover think of that?
Oh, look, I think by changing that to including but not limited to, it provides direction about what we're wanting to mainly focus on, but if we find other policy things that we want to change, that wording that's currently up there also allows us to do that, so I'm quite comfortable with how it is.
Sorry, Mr Mayor, misunderstood. After funds between grant programs, a full stop there.
You want the rest of that taken out?
Not the policy, but...
Oh, I see.
As Councillor Summerfield, would you consider that? Because I think it's just superfluous because of what will come out of the workshop.
Probably right there.
Okay, you're comfortable with that as mover and seconder? Anyone wishing to speak against this?
Could I just ask a question as to...
A question, Councillor Shine?
What I would like to see, I think, is a general discussion about the community grants policy. And so put the full stop after policy. What I'm getting at is the new councillors have had no say or perhaps full understanding of why some grants have more money in them than others, why some sections you know, and I'd like to see what the justification for that is. So to open it all up rather than just restrict it to the excess funds issue.
I think that allows for that.
Yep.
Not
It does.
Well, that's my question, because I couldn't oppose it. So my question was, will that allow for it? And if that
yeah,
was fair enough.
Yep.
Councillor O'Hara-Sullivan, you got a comment, or do you wish to speak against?
No, Mr Mayor, I just want to seek clarification about the temporary nature of just doing the one-off 50,000 for the micro grants this year. Does that cover that it's just a temporary one-off this time?
Good comment.
Anybody wishing? Ryan, to answer that?
Chair,
Your council's just making that as and it can make its a council decision in relation to the policy and its interpretation. That's just a once-off for this particular point in time, but council can consider.
Become policy, and that's reasonable, isn't it? That's the normal process.
Mr Mayor, maybe the portfolio leads might want to talk a little bit further on that, but I think that, as we all have an opportunity to make decisions at any time, that's what that does for this time. Maybe a completely different scenario the next time, but the workshop could probably raise that as a discussion at that point. But at this stage, that's a decision for this moment.
Yeah, it is.
Councillor McMahon.
yeah, thanks, Chair, to finally get a chance here. Look, can I just, before I take Carol Taylor's point of view, that to congratulate our staff for getting us to this point. We had considerable discussion in the committee meetings around this to not get to a point, and I thank them for going back, looking at some of the unfunded ones and putting them in as per what's appropriate, and I thank them for their work. I believe when we approved this, or when we proposed this in the committee meeting, Councillor Carl actually proposed, that was my motion at the time, that number 3 puts, as has been added in the 2021 year, and if the mover is happy to add that change, just to give some clarity that it is a one-off proposal, I'd be happy to second that.
Thank you. Thanks, Tim.
Anyone wishing to speak against the motion, you will note that in yellow there's the 2021 year.
Yes, thank you.
The focus on that. Anybody else with any wishing to speak against the motion?
Do you want that?
If not,
once off? You want the words?
It's in there,
Oh, it is in there.
the yellow.
2021.
Oh, for 20.
I missed that, sorry.
if not, I'll close the debate and put the vote. Those in favour? Move without dissent. Okay, so that gets us through to Finance and Business Strategy Committee report. The matters are before you there. Anybody wishing to take any of those out? Councillor O'Shea?
Yeah, thanks, Chair. It's item 5, please.
Okay. And you've made the declaration
6,
and you're leaving
Apologies. 6.
Item 6.
Apologies. 6.
item 6.
Item 6. Apologies. Yeah.
And you will leave when that happens. Councillor Summerfield,
4, please, if I could.
you're taking item 4 out. Procurement Insurance Placement Services. Okay, so
And 8, if I could. 8.
So 4, 6 and 8. So that leaves, at this point, item 3, item 5 and item 7. We'll deal with those now, or will we? Yep. Someone like to move that items 3, 5 and 7 be received, please? Councillor McDonald, seconded please. Councillor McMahon. Any questions? Those in favour? It's carried. We might deal immediately with item 6. Councillor O'Shea,
Yeah. So
you wish to leave the room?
Yeah.
You've made the declaration. I'll accept that. In respect to item 6, do we have a mover? Councillor McMahon, second to Councillor O'Hara-Sullivan. Any Anybody wishing to oppose the motion? Those in favour? That's carried. Councillor O'Shea may return. All in favour? Councillor Summerfield, you were taking out item 4, were you?
Yes, I just want to have my vote recorded against it, please.
Can I have a mover for item 4, please?
Happy to move item 4.
Councillor McDonald has moved it. A seconder, please. Seconder for item 4, please. Councillor Shine. Those in favour? Those against? Wish to have your vote recorded, Councillor?
Thank you.
Summerfield, thank you. Move then to item 8. Councillor
Thank you.
Summerfield.
And I just have a question on this one, Mr Mayor, which I apologise I overlooked to ask last week at committee meeting, and that is in relation to the QAO interim report. There were quite a number of articles in there in the IT area around anonymous users of accounts and all that sort of thing. And so my main questions were, one, is the organisation confident now that people who leave the organisation can no longer access council information? And two, that all anonymous users have been disabled?
Brian, would you like to make a comment on that, please?
Somebody may be a better position to answer that one. I couldn't definitively answer that, so I might just ask.
General Matter, Anne-Marie, please.
Good morning, councillors. I can assure you when I received the report from the Queensland Audit Office, I had a meeting with our RCT team, went through all those matters that were raised, and I'm very confident that they have been addressed, and I'm hoping that by the time we go to the final audit in August, September, that those items will be resolved.
Appreciate that, thank you.
Any further questions? Someone? Councillor McDonald.
I'm happy to move the item.
Councillor McDonald has moved the receipt of that report, please. Item 8 of that report. Councillor Shine has seconded that. Questions? Those in favour? That's carried without dissent. Council, we move then to item 8.6, which is the economic development report. There's necessary a motion that it be received, given that there was no content. Councillor Summerfield is leaving the room. Someone like to move accordingly, please. Councillor Melissa Taylor and Councillor Megan O'Hara-Sullivan has seconded that. Those in favour? That's carried. So, councillors, we move then to item 9, the monthly performance statement. Anne-Marie.
Good morning again, councillors. So this is the executive performance statement for the period ending 31st of March. So our March implications were rate notices were issued 5th of February, due date 9th of March. At the 31st of March, there was $15.8 million outstanding. That's compared to $17.4 million for the same period last year. So that indicates that we're tracking exceptionally well. This time last year, we were just starting to feel the impacts of COVID, but we're in a very good position at the moment. I mentioned last month that the new property valuations would be issued on the 31st of March, and I can inform councillors that we've only had 15 inquiries to date. So that one, Shane and his team will continue to look after any queries in that area. Just moving on to the consolidated financial performance statement, and I think it's important to note here that the impacts of the February budget review have not been included in the budget and actual figures that you're looking at. So there are quite a few variances that we hope that you won't see at the end of April. So overall, if you look at operating income 1.7 million under budget and operating expenditure 6.5. So it's a good result this time of the year. Rates and levies, as previously reported, councillors, a variance of 1.2 million. Water consumption is down 13% compared with our budgeting, and obviously the improved rainfall and water restrictions have impacted on that figure. And the final round of rate notices, which is the second round of water rate notices, will be issued this week. And fees and charges, again, continue to be impacted by COVID. We have brought an adjustment to the February budget review. And grants, subsidies, contributions, donations, so included in that is disaster recovery funding, which will again be brought to account. Moving on to operational expenditure. So we have our labour tracking 3 million below budget. This is as a result of that review that is being carried out against all vacant positions before they are recruited. All other components of operating expenditure are tracking well, with the exception of depreciation. So just with a bit of background on depreciation, we have over 190,000 individual assets. We have a model that we run over those assets, looking at their useful lives and the unit rates for those. So the work that has been carried out by financial services by Cathy and the team over the last 12 months, and especially with the recent road and bridge network revaluation, has resulted in some savings in our depreciation. So depreciation is a significant component of the operating budget there, as you can see, $105 million. Moving on to capital now, and we have reported previously about capital income. So we had $700,000 for government grant for the SES building at Charlton, and Emu Creek landfill funding hadn't previously been included in the budget. Again, they've been included in February budget review. Infrastructure charges, we have tracking extremely well, 19 million received actual year to date. So we're already 3.2 million ahead of where we were, ahead of the budget, and 9.5 million ahead of where we were at the same time last year. So that's a really terrific result for council. There is a variance there for contributed assets. So we haven't started our work on contributed assets, but we were waiting for the revaluation to be completed. So that work has commenced and is tracking well. Sale of assets, 4.2 million year to date, compared with 3.1 million for the same period last year, and 3.6 million in our original budget. So again, strong second-hand market due to COVID. Capital expenditure, as has previously been reported, councillors, we are 102 million delivered, 48% of the programme. Again, that figure has been reduced back to 190 million as part of budget review, to more accurately reflect the capacity to deliver there. So the variances in both the Capital Works programme and the pandemic response are across the organisation.
Questions for the GM? Councillor Shine.
Yeah, no, thanks, Mayor. Just on that last point, on 23 of 218, which is the shows the capital expenditure variance of about 18.5 million down to 102 million in round figures, from 121. What do you see are the consequences of that not being able to be met?
So within the Capital Works programme, the projects that are commenced in the current financial year and aren't completed will be carried over into the 21-22 budget. So that means the proposed works, so we've got a 10-year plan, so the proposed works that we had for 21-22 will be reduced accordingly so that we can finish off the work that we commenced this year. We have been having conversations with our general managers about developing that 3-year Capital Works programme. We have a 10-year plan, but to develop a really precise 3-year programme so that we can have that planning in place and that we can roll the projects across a number of years. The legislation does require the budget to be adopted for 1 year, but there is budgeted statements for the 3 years as part of the resolution. The pandemic projects that haven't been completed, they were adopted originally to be delivered over a 2-year period if necessary. So that will be over and above the programme for next year. So the main impact will be on our debt, that we will not draw down, and most likely won't draw down on the full 60 million that we had budgeted as part of our debt policy in June last year. Does that answer the question?
Right, great. Would you be confident that a 3-year plan, an estimate, which is an estimate of what capital expenditure we will expend over 3 years, you'd be more confident that we could get that right than a 1-year plan?
I am confident that, I can't believe I'm standing here saying this, I'm confident in the conversations that we're having at the moment and the pressure from the CEO to ensure that we deliver a programme of works for 21-22 that we have got the capacity to deliver. So we know the work that we've done on our sustainability, that we know that we deliver a sustainable budget every year, but it is the capacity, not the financial capacity. It's the actual capacity to deliver those projects that's critical, and that's the work that we're doing at the moment.
Further questions? Councillor Megan and then Councillor Nancy.
Thanks, Mr Mayor. Anne-Marie, could you comment, you said we won't draw down on our debt. So if that continues over the years, can you explain to me what happens reputationally, or is there any consequence of that?
There's no actual consequences except for reputational. And reputationally, it is an issue for council. So we work with the department and with QTC every year to develop our debt policy. So the debt policy, council can only borrow for capital projects. So there's no borrowings from operational. So we look at our capital works programme. We look at the asset classes. We were required to specify which asset class we're borrowing for. So the debt policy is separated into the various components. We deliver that to the department and QTC in June each year. So, and that's the borrowings the state make on our behalf, on behalf of all councils in Queensland. So reputationally, it's not a good look. So we do try to get that as accurate as possible.
Councillor Summerfield.
Thank you, Chair. Are you right, Lee?
Yes.
Yeah, thank you. So I just wondered, could you give us an update on the submission to the state government in relation to Council's outlay for the Greater Toowoomba Waste Management Facility, where we're at with that? This is quite a long time now, and I'm just wondering is it in your department that this is being done?
No, Councillor, but I'm happy to follow up on that one and get back to you. I haven't got any information on that.
All right, thank you. Thanks.
Further questions for the GM? Councillor McDonald.
Well, just a comment, really, in support of the General Manager, and getting back to Councillor Shine's question. It's more a case of the variance to the budget. It's more a case of how much carryover or deferrals we'll have for the following year, because that affects how much we can deliver and the capacity to deliver. So this actually pushes the issue into next year. The anomaly for 21-22 into 22-23 is the pandemic. So obviously we had a target of around about 60% to be delivered this financial year. And I guess a question to you, General Manager, is how are we tracking with the pandemic? I note we're underspent here to what we thought we may be, but will we get over or close to the 60% based on the ELT conversations?
Probably not. So that would be 30 million, that would be delivering 30 million. So it's going to be closer to that 25 million that will actually be delivered.
So, councillors, that's over and above the amount that we had, but it does reach to our capacity to deliver. That's why it's so important over the next 3 months, as we all could understand, as I'm sure the CEO does and the ELT, that we need to deliver as much as we can to reduce carryovers and reduce deferrals, because it has an impact. And that's why our handing out of the budget will actually be 1 week later, in the 21st of June rather than the 14th of June, just to give 1 week. Doesn't seem much, but in delivery, when things are ramped up, particularly in infrastructure and water, 1 week can make a massive difference if you look at the numbers of the dollars spent when we get close to the end of financial year. So I guess, Councillor Shine, that's why that number is so important, because it does affect the following year's budgeting.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Further questions? Wish to comment on that, GM?
take it as
You
a
asked the
vote.
question and he answered it. So, any further questions?
Happy to move. Oh, sorry, question.
Councillor Von Hoff.
Thank you. Through you, Chair, to the General Manager. I want to go back to what Councillor O'Hara-Sullivan was saying about the reputational damage. And you're saying that that does not have any forbearance on our credit rating, that it sort of exists in an actuary's mind separate to our credit rating?
It's a very good question, Councillor. When we worked with QTC we had our credit rating reviewed this time last year, one of the issues that was raised was by QTC was our lack of capacity to deliver our capital works programme. So that year in, year out, we develop a programme of works and we don't deliver them. So that was one issue that was raised by QTC.
Happy with that answer?
Yeah.
Further questions? Councillor McDonald?
No, I'm happy to move.
Move the receipt of the monthly performance statement. It's been moved by Councillor McDonald. A seconder, please. Seconder, please. Councillor O'Shea. Comments? Those in favour? That's carried. Thanks very much, Anne-Marie. We move then to the group reports. Firstly, the planning report, item 10.1. Stuart.
Good morning, Mr Mayor. Good morning, councillors.
Hey, Stuart.
You'll forgive me, I'm sure, for going extracurricular and talking about a certain High Court decision that was handed down on Friday that we've all been holding our breath for. And thankfully, it went our way, went TRC's way, in a sense that the High Court did not allow, or did not give leave, is the correct terminology, for the applicant to proceed to the High Court. So that ends that part of our saga in terms of seeking infrastructure payments. So it was, quite resoundingly rejected. So there is really no
Can I just ask
further argument. Pardon?
Can I just ask at this point, sorry to butt in, are there any other avenues to pursue this?
The advice we have is no.
The High Court?
The High Court's the end of the trail now. There's no appeals to the Privy Council any longer, or that was done away with in the 60s when we sought a little bit of independence from the motherland. But no, this is the end of the road. Yep.
Thank you. Any other questions around the room? Doesn't matter at this point in time. Thank you, Stuart.
Look, I'll really probably just go to questions in regard to my report, other than to correct some numbers there on under the development services section, where we're talking about where we're giving discounts for fees. The total should read $6,007, not $4,753. Therein lies a lesson that you would never want a town planner as an accountant. But that was picked up by a couple of councillors. Thank you, councillors, and I'll hand over for questions.
Any questions for the GM? No questions? No questions in planning? Right. Someone like to move the receipt of that report, please? Councillor O'Hara-Sullivan and Councillor Tim. Those in favour? That's carried.
Thanks, councillors.
Done well. Water and Waste, Damien.
Good morning, Mr Mayor. Good morning, councillors.
Morning.
Councillors, I was on leave for the last couple of weeks and I was watching with great interest the rainfall in our district, and unfortunately to say, whilst it fell in some of our areas, it didn't fall in the catchment where we wanted it. The dams have pretty much wiped their face for the month and stayed at about 31.2%, Mr Mayor. That's unfortunate. We continue to watch. The wet season's not completely over until the end of this month, and we'll see how we go. Councillors, I'm pleased to say that the equipment for the Perseverance pump station has arrived from Denmark. Ergon was on site yesterday and we are going through the commissioning process for that, to try and get that pump station back online, Mr Mayor. Also pleased to say that the Clifton Great Artesian Basin bore, we've drilled the pilot bore, got some water samples up, and yesterday, councillors, we were discussing in the management team going on with that program for a production bore, and the go-ahead has been given for that. Councillors, in the waste services area, pleased to say that the tip shop at Clyton is nearing completion with a final fit-out, and stocking of the shop will commence and the shop will be opened in May. So that's very pleased to see that facility completed. Mr Mayor.
Thank you. Questions for the GM? Councillor Shine.
Thanks. Just two, if I might. Just if you look at Royal Books 26 of 18, where it has water operations, and it's got the 3 dams there for the total figures for the month. Just by way of explanation, if it's, the seepage and evaporation, the two combined, amounts to 348 mLs, whatever that's.
Megalitres.
Megalitres, yeah. And the total extraction is 1,111. So the percentage of seepage and evaporation compared with the extraction is about 31% on my maths there. Is that a fairly normal expectation that you would get in any dam throughout Queensland? Or?
Evaporation is a function of two things: the depth of the dam and the amount of surface area, the wind and the ambient temperature. They are the things that go into evaporation. It's very difficult to stop evaporation. There were technologies such as floating balls, like you see those in those children's parks and little toddler parks, that's not really a great visual, and it doesn't work particularly well for the dam. So we have looked at ways to reduce evaporation, but they are typical numbers. A dam wall is never completely impervious. Water will go into the lands, not just past the dam wall, but lands in and around the dam.
The seepage,
yeah.
My second question relates to that, what you reported there about Clifton, and but just in the context of the Premier's apparent announcement last week about the pipeline and money being allocated for studies and ultimate, no doubt, ultimate construction. How would that affect the wisdom of proceeding with the bore now, or should further discussions be held? Otherwise, we might end up with two systems.
Councillor, I had a discussion with both Southern Downs Regional Council and the department yesterday afternoon, and we'll be bringing an update to Council, no doubt with the department present, in the very near future. I absolutely believe that pushing forward with the Clifton Great Artesian Basin bore is a good suggestion. We have, as an executive leadership team, discussed several times the progression of the southern pipeline, our own version of potable water pipeline. We have been deferring that. And councillors, there's a considerable sum in there this year that was to go to design and start construction of that pipeline, and that has been delayed due to the Warwick situation. We'll update you on where we are. Thankfully, some of those rains that did fall during the last month have assisted with the Warwick position, and we can update you with that in due course.
Thank you.
Councillor Megan O'Hara-Sullivan.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. I had a similar question to GM Damien about the southern announcement, the pipe announcement last week. To your understanding, do you know, and perhaps you'll tell us in the workshop, is that servicing those southern towns as well?
our 4 towns, Cambodia, Greenmount, Nobby and Clifton. It is proposed to service all 4 of those regions. Whether or not the Clifton GAB is of sufficient security for that area that we could take the 4th town off that list, but these are all very valid things to work through. With the production that we were getting, or the volume of water we were getting out of the pilot bore, it's suggesting that we have capacity in that for that area. It would be prudent to at least put a T-piece and a valve in there, if not connect it all up. But these are all decisions that we need to step through in a logical sequence, and we can do that when we've had the department up to unpack their conversations from last week. And Mr Mayor, of course, how this relates to the $3 million Darling Downs Regional Water Study and links in with the Water Alliance.
Thank you.
Okay. Councillor Von Hoff.
Thanks, Chair. Through you to the GM. So, Damien, you were talking about the rainfall that didn't fall in the catchments, and we've been told that our bulk water supply, we have water security out to 2049. So when we have one of these failed wet seasons, to what extent, if any, does that have on our 2049 water security projection? Because I know our insurers, QTC and such, have conversations with us about making sure that we build in that climate variability into our modelling. So to what extent does this failed rain season affect that 2049 number?
It's a good question, Councillor Von Hoff. After each rainy season, be it if your wet season is a winter or a summer, you rerun your models because that's a new data point that you've got. We're very confident that Wivenhoe connection, pipeline and the agreement there is the solution that will get us where we need to be. So I don't believe that this failed wet season has a material impact, but we will rerun the numbers at the end of the season, which is just by virtue the end of April,
yeah.
And we'll be rerunning the models.
Okay, thank you.
Any further questions? Oh, Councillor Carroll.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. Following on from Councillor Von Hoff's questions and comment, the announcement by the state government, these announcements keep being made. 2 things I have to comment. Number 1, our water carting has never received a cent from the state government, and I find that very disappointing for our community. Is our community not as worthy as another community that has received, has had that carting paid for? And I think that's very disappointing to see that. But number 2, I'd also like, when we have these discussions, and thank you, GM Damien, because we do need to work through these things, but what is this proposed southern pipeline, what effect is that going to have on our community's assets and our water security? And I think that it's fine for all these announcements to be made, but our community needs to have their say, needs to be consulted about their investment and their water security before too much more time goes by. And I think it's crucial that we do that. Our community has invested in this, not only our dams, they belong to this community, the 3 dams, but also the Wivenhoe pipeline. There's been considerable money invested in that by our community, and then to have these others, that's fine, but what is going to be the impact of having a pipeline come out of Wivenhoe? How will that impact on our infrastructure, on our water security? And I believe that it's time to have that conversation with our community.
Mr Mayor, I might take that as a comment. We have done some preparatory work and we'll present that at the workshop. All of our base case and all of those impacts are modelled, and we can show you and run you through that, Councillor Carroll.
Thank you, Mr GM, but I'm more concerned about us bringing our community along with us and them understanding what's being proposed and what the impacts on them should be. So I would hope that with councillors, that's the first step, but the second step is a consultation and information with our shared with our community.
I would think, from my experience, the people to tell us the story about that simply has to be the state government. I think you'll remember the way this thing came forward. It was a bolt out of the blue. 2019 speech night at the Crow's Nest, I had a message to answer from Minister Lynham, and all he told me was that there would be an announcement the next morning. Councillor Summerfield, you had something to say?
Thank you, Chair, and thanks, Damien. I just wondered, I just want to understand how we're going to advance this, because it is really concerning, as we've all discussed before. We're all very concerned about our ensuring that our water security remains intact, as I said to the Premier last week. But I just wondered what process you're considering in relation to this. Are we going to workshop it within here and then you're going to talk to SEQ Water, or is SEQ Water going to come? Because I believe councillors need to be involved in those discussions to ensure that we are getting our point across loud and clear what our expectations are.
Thank you for the question, Councillor Summerfield. Yes, the department ran through some of the way forward from their perspective and the different roles of different organisations, and I'd appreciate to bring that to the chamber in a workshop style before commenting publicly on a way forward.
Oh, that's what I'm hoping for.
Thank you.
Thank you. I just think it's important that we're all on the same page and that we get the outcomes that we desire, because my concern is that we'll get down to the point where we have to vote on it sometime in the future, which we do have to do. Both Southern Downs and Toowoomba Regional Council have to vote on this and agree to it before it can actually go ahead. And I'd hate to think we got to that point and then said, well, you know what, no, unless, of course, they haven't listened to us.
Thank you, Councillor Summerfield.
Any further questions? Councillor Shine.
Yeah, no, thanks, Mayor. Just before I do, on Councillor Taylor's point, which I appreciated, she would recall, of course, that the state government paid for 2/3 of the cost of the Waimano pipeline, $112 million. I had something to do with that at the time. My question, though, is in relation to your report, Toowoomba Dams and Waimano System. There's to be a consultant appointed for a comprehensive inspection and site inspection scheduled for May 2021. I take it that's a predetermined schedule of inspections to be undertaken, rather than a particular reason for it being undertaken now?
Councillors, that asset fell into some disrepair and was repaired quite vigorously in the first sort of 16 months of my general managership. We do not want that asset to fall into disrepair, and we will ensure that that continues to be, that asset maintained to continue on with the water resilience and the water security that Toowoomba enjoys.
Any further questions? Councillor O'Hara-Sullivan and Councillor McDonald.
Thanks, Mr Mayor. GM Damien, why is there a limited, in the report, the drinking water consumption? Are these just the people that are going over that are reported here, or...?
That's correct, Councillor. I'm trying to focus the attention onto the areas or districts or suburbs where we believe that there is a behaviour that we need to modify.
Thank you.
Councillor McDonald.
Thanks, Mr Mayor. I look forward to our discussions regarding water, and I guess just grateful that there has been an announcement, because we've been up in the air and bouncing around as to what may or may not happen. At least now we have some clarity, which is the best first step, and now we need to act on the best interests of our community going forward, which we all will do so vehemently. A comment, actually more so than anything else, Mr Mayor, if I could, and that's a bouquet to our water and waste team. On Friday, the show holiday, I received a call around about 7:30 in the morning to say that it was a burst water main on between the curve of the road and a water meter, so on the footpath, and within an hour, and it was quite ferocious at the time. This was out at Highfields, and within an hour, our teams were out there and had it fixed within an hour and a half after that on a show holiday, which was very well received, obviously, by the resident that phoned. But I just we don't hear enough good stories about our reaction time to issues when they occur, particularly on out-of-hours times. And I actually rang the after-hours number myself as well and was put through by Jess, handled it brilliantly. So that's a bouquet, I guess, for our group over there, Anne-Marie, as well. But I do think that council often gets a wrong rap about some of the work we do, and I just wanted to throw that bouquet out there. So that was on show holiday, so it wouldn't be hard to work out who the crew was, but just wanted to say thank you for that.
Much appreciated, Councillor McDonald. And again, last night at 8:30 last night at Cambodia, you know, there was a break. By 9:30, a couple of minutes after 8:30, I had a text from Councillor Carroll who had heard some events. By 9:30, our crews had found, isolated, and only 10 houses were impacted. That crew worked through till 2:30 a.m. this morning, crew from Greenmount. So, you know, it was a cold night, 10 degrees, working with water. It would have been quite unpleasant conditions. So thank you very much, Councillor McDonald. Much appreciated.
Any further comments?
Mr Mayor, if I could just add to that, I was alerted to it on the Cambodia website, Facebook site, which I'm a member of, but the community out there were very appreciative as well. So it's great to know that we're so, you know, we're on the job so quickly. It was very quick, really.
Thank you, Councillor.
Thank you.
I'll pass it. Thanks on to the teams.
Any further comments? Can I just thank Councillor Summerfield for heading out to Warwick the other day, given that I received a message probably 20 hours before the thing directly from Minister Butcher. I was unable to change my program, but I think what came out of that, and I think you might have seen a couple of emails floating around, I think the major beneficiary of that visit was certainly Southern Downs. I think there are still question marks in respect to us. I do note that they're looking at the, in part of the rhetoric, they're looking at the Glengallen bore field as well, which is a bore field near Allara. And it's very interesting that Mayor Panisi had, who I don't think is, well, I think there are some questions that Mayor Panisi will ask about the pipeline and the costing, the impact on the community, but he's certainly keen to talk about the Glengallen bore field as a potential water source. There's a very significant licence available there. But I think the beneficiaries clearly are, and I guess in fairness where they've been, has been the Southern Downs, but I'm rather disappointed that there's not a lot of clarity about our position, and I think that's a view that we all hold.
Agreed.
And it's a journey we need to go on, and we certainly need to politically just grab hold of the direction they intend to take us, particularly in respect to future water. So thanks, Councillor Summerfield, for attending that hastily arranged conference, given that you had been there previously to a similar conference which wasn't held because of COVID. So I appreciate that, and I think there's a lot of discussion yet to be had around our water future and the sustainability thereof. And there's no question that the state government's a major player. So any further questions in respect to the water services? Someone like to move its receipt, please? Councillor Von Hoff and Councillor Summerfield. Those in favour?
Thank you, Mr Mayor.
Carried. Move then, thanks very much, Damien. Move then to the Environment and Community Services report.
Infrastructure.
Oh, sorry, infrastructure. Mike.
Like you, his own.
Thanks, Mel.
Good morning, councillors. Thank you, Mr Mayor, through you. Just a brief couple of matters that I'll just bring to your attention, which are going pretty well. But overall, March continued to be a very busy month across the whole region. The first one's the innovation. So the teams are, it's quite a, you know, a small innovation in some respects, but sometimes these little small things do add significantly to the productivity that our teams can achieve. And so, it's really good to see these little things that the teams are always thinking what they can do to improve things. So that was good to see. Just over in Southern Precinct, going through, I think the photos of Bonjean Road rehabilitation is an excellent example of the sort of work that we're taking across the whole of the region. It sort of shows the condition of the network in many areas that we are having to deal with, and obviously subject to many complaints, and then obviously the rehab program that we've had going for the last couple of years picking up on that. And that sort of is represented in quite a number of areas. Unfortunately, continuously challenged, both time and money. One I'd just also bring to your attention, which is current at the moment, is the Russell Street Streetscape project, which is progressing quite well. And a good piece of interest there right at the moment is they're doing the blue stone curb work. And if you haven't actually seen that being performed previously, how we actually construct blue stone curb, it's a really good opportunity to walk down past the Hotel National or through that area, and you'd see the teams actually putting in that curb right at the moment. And particular thanks to Harry and Dennis out of NCS in the property services trades, bricky sort of stonemason trades. They do particularly good work, and the type of work they do across our region, be it curb work like this, culvert head walls when we're doing stone work, or fixing memorials, different Anzac memorial repairs and different things they've done over the years. They do a top job. So that's happening at the moment. So if you are in the area and you're walking down past there, you can observe through just from the footpath. You don't have to put high vis on. You can just walk down past there where the public walks and can just see the work happening there. Thank you.
Questions for Mike?
Thank you.
Councillor Megan and Councillor Carroll.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. Just on the Russell Street, Mike, what's the completion date for that?
The program completion date for stage 1 is October this year, so towards the end of October, and then stage 2 to start February next year to go through to about October again. So, so there's a fair bit of work involved with that project. Yep.
Councillor Carroll.
Did you have a follow-up, Councillor?
Oh, no, it's not a follow-up. It's a separate one, so I'll wait. Yeah.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Mr Mayor. Just the NHVR, Strategic Local Government Asset Assessment Program, could you get the names of those bridges to us?
Yes.
Thank you.
I'll take that on notice.
We had initial 8, I think, wasn't it, or something, and then there's been 4 added, so just like to have where those are. Thank you.
Megan, back to your question, then over to Nancy.
Oh, thank you, Mr Mayor. Mike, about the bus stop shelter program, so it says, noting that this is the final year of funding for these programs with works to be completed in the 21-22 and 22-23 financial years. So what happens after that? Is that a rolling program, or do we have to sort of resubmit, or?
The passenger transport infrastructure program is one that the state government sort of puts forward through their different funding programs. So it will be somewhat dependent on where the state goes in that space over the next, as they develop up their budgets and different things for future. One of the programs is here is the disability side of that. We've been working with the state roughly on a 50-50 basis for nearly, best part of the last 10 years, I suppose, 5 to 10 years, and that program's actually coming to an end in regards to the disability upgrades to disability accessibility upgrades to many of our bus stops across generally Toowoomba. Recently you would have seen a few outside of Toowoomba being upgraded. So that's been probably in the order of over 300 that have been done in that time period. So it's a program that we've been working with, like many local governments, with the state on that.
Councillor Nancy.
Thank you, Chair. Thanks, Mike. Good report and interesting. 300, that's a lot. So just in relation to the Highfields Library, the roadworks and car park, were there complications there, or was it always thought it would take this long?
The program's basically on track, so that's meeting its objectives. Actually, as I reported to Council the previous, I think it was BR2 discussions, it's actually coming, the roadwork side's coming in a little under budget, so from a whole project perspective, that's a pretty good positive, I think.
Okay, thank you.
Yep.
Councillor Carroll, you had a...
No, I'm not.
Before. Okay, I've got you down here. Any further comments?
Yes, comment.
Councillor
Thanks,
McDonald.
thanks, Mr Mayor. Through you, Mike, you highlighted the innovation at the start, which I guess cast my mind back to last week when we were talking about a particular request from the community around a road for sealing. That sort of innovation is something that, you know, and you coming back to us with some information or workshop around innovative ways to do things, by increasing our productivity in a fashion that you've explained there is certainly would have some level of positive effect, I would assume, in delivery of trying to, if we're well behind, catch up on some of those works. So that's one, but there's plenty of others I gather you'll bring to the table as well from an investment perspective for this council to look at ways of innovative delivery of you know, services that are probably more labour intensive and take longer times to do than what this says.
Yeah, no, as part of that proposed briefing session, we'll come back with a few different thoughts.
Good on you.
Yeah, thank you.
Any further questions for the GM? If not, would someone like to move the receipt of that report? Councillor Carroll and Councillor Melissa. Those in favour? It's carried.
Thank you, councillors.
Right, now we move to the Environment Community Services Report. Sorry about that before.
Thanks, Mike. I meant to ask you that.
I've been writing on the wrong bit of the paper here and confused myself.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. Good morning, councillors. Councillors, the Environment Community Services Group report for this month is jam-packed with achievements and milestones reached, but I'll just highlight a couple if I can. My first item is a little bit of a confession about a typographical error in the Library and Cultural Services. Second bullet point refers to the growth in online downloads and compares the 53,000 downloads for this month to September and October 2021, which should in fact actually read 2020. You can see that Wendy's made that correction for us, so thank you, Wendy. So again, we've talked about this before, the growth in access to online resources, and it just continues to grow exponentially. So I thought that was worthwhile bringing to your attention. Councillors, just the other couple of highlights, I suppose, and there's lots in there, but these ones mightn't ordinarily get a run. Disaster management, the 23rd of March marked 1 year since our local disaster management group went to the alert level due to COVID-19, and that's the longest the LDMG has continued at that level or higher, so something interesting that might have otherwise escaped us. And I just highlight the Soldiers Memorial Hall project as well. The tender package has been released and tenders close next Monday for the Soldiers Memorial Hall refurbishment project. With a program there to have the facility open and reoccupied in early 2022. So a lot of work to happen there, but between now and Christmas time to have that ready for reoccupation by the various groups. So, councillors, there's some highlights, and I'm happy to, as always, take any questions that you might have through you, Mr Chair.
Questions for the GM? Councillor Von Hoff, Councillor Melissa. Oh, gee. Righto. It'll be all right. Councillor, they're the first two.
Okay. Chair, may I ask three? They're all very brief. The first, Nick, through you, Chair, it regards the first page of the report and the recommencing of 4 programs and services in the library. Can you tell us, please, 4 of how many of those programs and services?
Oh, I'm sorry, Councillor Von Hoff, I couldn't tell you the number of programs and services that we ordinarily operate out of the libraries. I'd be happy to find that information and circulate to councillors. These are certainly the most popular and most called for programs and services there, but I'll find that out for you and advise. Thanks.
Next one also regards the libraries. The reading tree, have we got an update on when the reading tree at the library just behind us here can reopen?
No, I don't have an update on that, Councillor. I'll need to follow that up too. Thanks.
Thank you. And then finally, further down that page, the Parks and Operations Strategy, the garden bed preparations commence for spring carnival plantings. And I just wonder, has that also commenced in the regional towns? Can we expect the regional towns to have some spring planting so that they can partake in that carnival atmosphere as well?
So, Councillor, we have a budget bid coming up in the new budget development to extend those programs and services in our parks and gardens for our regional towns, so that will be subject to that budget consideration.
Thank you.
Thank you.
That's it, Chair.
Okay, next I've got Councillor Moysa and then Councillor Megan, but I realise there's quite a few more, so we'll work through it.
Thank you, Chair. Thanks, Nick, for the report. I've got a couple, if that's okay. One is on page 36 of 218, re the galleries. First of all, I just would like to congratulate, through you, Sue Lostro, Regional Coordinator of the Art Galleries and Cultural Services, and her team on the galleries and the exhibitions that are currently exhibiting. In particular, Sue Metcalf's exhibition at Rosalie Gallery. The exhibitions are extraordinary, and I just really wanted to say thank you for that. And then so I got to meet Sue last week or the week before, and then on Saturday at the Toowoomba Regional Gallery, there's the exhibition of the Art Textile Biennale, I think I got that right, coordinated by Glenys Mann and Noni Sutcliffe. A great exhibition, and I recommend people going and visiting that. It, alongside featuring pieces from France, USA, Latvia, Lithuania, we also have 2 of our own local artists there as well. So I do recommend that to our residents. So that's my first comment.
Thank you. I'll pass those words on to.
That'd be great. Thank you. And the masterclass is already sold out for Glenys Mann, so I'm hoping, and Noni Sutcliffe, so I'm hoping we can extend that to another one, perhaps. Just thought I'd slide that in.
No pressure.
No pressure. And my second one, if you would indulge me, is re the libraries. I'm quite passionate about this. So I just really want to understand, and if you can unpack it for me, when will all the pre-COVID library services be reinstated? Because I'm actually not convinced that we need to be in a holding pattern while a review is being conducted, as well as the opening hours, sorry, for both of those. Can you unpack that for me as to why we're in a holding pattern? I understand the COVID restrictions, such as social distancing and contact tracing, but with the Queensland State Government tracing app, I don't see this as a hindrance to reinstating opening hours or services. Because when I look at, I did a bit of research and I looked at all the opening hours for libraries across the state. You know, the Queensland State Library is open Monday to Thursday 10 till 8 and Friday till Sunday 10 till 5. Gold Coast is similar, so is Cairns and Townsville. But in Toowoomba, we're closed on Monday. Cecil Plains is only open Friday afternoon 12 till 4. Millmerran is only open Monday, Wednesday, Friday 10 till 1 and then 2 till 4, and kind of similar for Crow's Nest. So I'm just wondering if you can explain to me, because these regional libraries, you know, are really important to our local communities and our regional townships as an important service that we offer. So can you just unpack that for me, because I'm really quite concerned.
Yeah, sure. Thanks, Councillor. And through you again, Mr Chair. Councillors, we've always been quite open and upfront around the amendment to the library services and opening hours, in that we're conducting a review of our service. We've never tried to suggest that it's as a result of COVID restrictions. Sure, when we originally closed those libraries, it was absolutely because of COVID, and we were required to close them. And then there are a number of stringent restrictions that saw our gradual reopening, and we've used that as an opportunity to commence that consultation with community, and you have an information session coming up tomorrow to inform you of the results of that community consultation. We're also conducting some focus groups upcoming, as well as reliance on data that we've collected over a number of years, not just relying on what's happened in the last 12 months, but over years and years and years, as well as State Library Queensland benchmarks and industry standards. So all of those things will go towards informing you around some recommendations and options around our library service. The library service isn't just restricted to the opening hours of those libraries. It's the programs and activities that we provide there as well. And to use our pre-COVID programs and services and hours as a benchmark and something to compare against suggests that we had it right at that point in time, and it's not a service that's undertaken any rigorous review at any point in time to I guess, form that opinion. I understand the feedback that councillors are receiving, and we are receiving as well, around access to those programs and services. But from my perspective, and I'm supported by the Manager Library and Cultural Services, it's important, I think, for council to consider what is the right mix. And it might require a provision of services in some libraries that weren't there once, and others where they're not valued for whatever reason, they may not return. And so we get the balance of our resources aligned to community demands and desires. So appreciate the feedback that you're getting. I do continue to ask council to work with us while we complete that consultation and report back to you. The reintroduction of these programs and services commencing very shortly. There's a media release to go out this week, and we've already given it a bit of a run here in highlighting it in the group report, is a step towards returning those programs and services, and I've committed to get back to councillors with an overview of how that's 4 out of how many, so I'll provide that. So tomorrow is an important milestone for us too, in terms of receiving that report from the organisation assisting us with the community consultation.
Okay.
Thanks, Nick.
Councillor O'Hara-Sullivan.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. GM Nick, can you explain, if you know, what level of obligation for the Eagle's Nest itinerant camp being listed as now being heritage? What's our obligation in terms of protecting that, and how does that fit into our trail bike proposals there in Redwood Park?
Thank you, Councillor O'Hara-Sullivan. Certainly there'll be some extended rigour around any environmental impact assessments in relation to that particular part of the park, and it's the Eagle's Nest itinerant workers camp that was listed, and not the entirety of the park. And so there'll be some additional level of assessment if works are to occur in and around there. I'm not aware they'll have any impact around the construction of any mountain bike trails and so on and so forth, I think was the second part of your question. I don't know that there are any proposed to go within the vicinity of that camp. If there is, we'll work through that additional level of assessment there.
So, yeah, thank you.
Okay, Councillor Shine, then Councillor Carroll-Taylor.
Yeah, no, thanks, Mayor. Just a couple of ones. Just following on Councillor O'Hara-Sullivan's question in relation to the you've received a petition signed by all petitions with respect to the trail biking in Redwood Park, and you've indicated that there will be detailed environmental assessment and on-site inspection. Has that satisfied the petitioners, that, as far as you're aware at this stage? Any feedback to that reply to them?
To answer your question directly, Councillor Shine, no, I don't think it has satisfied them. I think the petition was around council abandoning plans to construct any mountain bike trails through that part of the park at all. And our advice back to them was that we believe that the detailed environmental assessments that we will be undertaking will go a long way to identifying and understanding any environmental impacts and addressing those, and will inform council's decisions around the construction or otherwise of those trails. But in short, no, I don't think it's satisfied them. I think that their desire is for there to be no mountain bike trails there at all.
Thank you. You mentioned in your report Rhodey Burke Park, Gary Junction, and following on from Councillor Von Hoff's question about regional towns being considered with respect to landscaping and that type of nature. You're foreshadowing landscaping work to be done at that park. Would that include beautification of some area in Gary Junction itself? I'm not familiar where that park is in relation to the main shopping centre of Gary Junction. There's probably only one shop there.
Thank you, Councillor Shine. My initial understanding of that is that the petition related directly to the park and not Gary Junction Township itself. And the park is some way from the township itself. But if I can take that question on notice, I could come back to councillors with a little bit more detail around the scope of the works that are being done, and answer your question more definitively around landscaping in the township itself.
The feedback to me was a complete, accurate or not, I'm not sure, but a complete lack of any beautification works in Gary Junction itself. So that might be possible to incorporate it.
That sounds right. The petition was directly in relation to Rhodey Burke Park, not Gary Junction Township.
You mentioned in your report under Conservation and Pest Management about the control and treatment of Johnson grass on road verges, which I take it to be council roads. Is that part of council's responsibility? Is it a major issue in our region, to your knowledge? You may not know.
Don't have that detailed knowledge, I'm sorry, Councillor Shine.
Perhaps you can get back to us sometime.
Happy to do so.
And then finally, I refer to the report with respect to Bike with Toowoomba event, which was held by Bicycle Queensland, supported by Council on the 14th of March. I was there with, I can recall Councillor Tim McMahon was there, and Councillor Melissa Taylor, may have been other councillors. I think there were more councillors there than members of the public, and that was disappointing because a lot of work went into the presentations from various groups, including police and people up from Brisbane Bicycle Queensland. Just wondering if in future an event of that nature is held, that adequate consultation as to the timing of it, time of day that it's occurring, particularly to allow people who ride bikes to be there or likely to be there, and for the public to be better informed about it.
Sure, happy to take that on board.
Thank you.
Councillor Carroll.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Councillor Nancy Summerfield.
Thank you, Nick. Following on from Councillor Melissa's questions, I don't believe you've answered the question of why the services of community hubs, and that's what I declare our libraries to be, particularly the Toowoomba City Library here. It's a community hub. It was built as one, and they haven't gone back to what they were prior to COVID. There was never a decision or even a flagging that they were going to not come back. And I'd have to ask, have resources been moved? Because I just really am, I'm quite, I go back, I've been sitting around this table, as two of my colleagues have for quite some time, and our community invested very heavily in the Toowoomba City Library, and it was amid much excitement and expectation with that community hub, and that's what it was marketed at. And we went on 2 trips and had a look at, you know, the Brisbane City Library and the ones at Kenmore and other places. 2 trips, had a look at them and learnt what, you know, their community, what mistakes not to make. I think that, I don't think it's, I don't think we should be surprised that our expectation of the community after that, including the meeting rooms, because we discussed how many meeting rooms we were going to put in there. We discussed, you know, what the expectation, our expectation was, and we built community expectation around the use of those rooms. We actually did. Prior to that, they used to meet here in City Hall, and the security bill was quite large for them. And I'd also like to say to you, you know, I mean, I'm truly struggling with this. We're now doing the same at Highfields. So at the end of the day, when we build these community hubs, which they are, they're meeting places as well as a services place, and I'm happy it's where English is taught and where our migrants and refugees come to feel safe and you know, meet with each other and other things. So why are we building another library at Highfields with building the same expectations, when on the side of that we're going over here and stopping our services until we get the results of a survey that come on the back of COVID? And actually, I'm really struggling to understand why we haven't gone back at least just halfway to where we were. And I ask again, have resources been moved, or what has happened? Because the answer hasn't been given, and I don't remember, I don't miss too much. Last week I did. I don't miss too much. I've been sitting around this table and we were never, I believe, said, now we're going to go through COVID. When we come back from COVID, we're going to decide about what we're going to do. We're not reinstating these until we get the community survey.
Sure.
So why is that?
Okay. I'll have a go. A couple of points I'd like to make. Number one, in relation to your question about resources, there are a lot of our libraries and library services are supported by staff employed on a casual basis, and they haven't all been returned. So in answer to your question about resources, that there's an answer for you, I guess, in relation to resources. So there is not as many resources directed to that program as there was. The other point I'd like to make is that upon finalisation of the review, I fully expect that our hours will extend and our programs and services will extend well beyond what they are now. Whether they return to pre-COVID at all locations would be a guessing game and preempting the outcome of what's there, because like I said before, I think that assumes that we had everything right pre-COVID and we've never undertaken that review. But I am very sure that hours will extend considerably beyond what they are now. So your question was, why would we build a Highfields library? Because it won't. The hours that we operate at the new facility once this review is completed will be well beyond what they are now, and programs and services will be returned. You know, I think we've taken our direction around the conduct of service reviews and financial sustainability, and we saw that the opportunity was there. And I note your point, Councillor Taylor, about nothing coming here around decisions and communication, and I agree that that's something that could have been done better. At the height of COVID, if we can't, it's hindsight, 2020 hindsight is a wonderful thing. At the time of trying to make these decisions and move forward, there was a lot happening in the world, I suppose, and so certainly there's been some shortcomings and some things we could do better, and I'll give you my commitment that we'll do that, but I don't know what more to tell you.
If I could just have a follow-up there. One of my real concerns is that our community struggled with COVID as much as we have. So at the end of the day, you know, for them not to have their meeting place at the times that refugees, migrants, I appreciate, and I've been told just how much they appreciate being able to go there, and our seniors going there to read the newspapers, but not just to read the newspapers, it's actually to catch up with each other as well. So as long as we keep that in mind, I mean, there's part of the explanation, but I've got to be honest, it's very disappointing, and we have built that expectation. We, the council, and our staff as a team, built that expectation with and they are community hubs, these new libraries, they're not just libraries. And I would hope that Highfields, and I will make the comment, and you're very aware of this, Nick, because you were with us, as soon as this library was built, It just, the use and appreciation of it zoomed. And I expect the same thing to happen at Highfields. So, you know, the community will expect that, I'm sure.
I think the point that you... Sorry, Mr Mayor. I think...
Councillor Carroll.
I just wanted to add, I think, you know, the point that you make about libraries being a community hub is absolutely true. Libraries are not a place where you just go to borrow books and return books. They are so much more than that. And that's why this review is so important, because I think that some of our regional libraries aren't appreciating the full extent of a library service. And I think that that's exactly what this review will uncover and is uncovering and telling us. So it's an opportunity for us to extend those programs, but we need to do it. We need to understand it, understand the implications of that, and do it in a coordinated manner that matches programs to community needs. Some communities will have a desire for digital literacy training. Others will have a need for tech-savvy seniors, and others will need the children's story time. Some will need all of those and more. So it's trying to understand that. I understand your frustration. I feel it too, that it would have been nice to have had this all done while the libraries were closed during COVID and had that done by September, October. Unfortunately, that's not the case, and we find ourselves here, but we are very deep into that.
Thanks, Nick.
Thank you. Councillor Summerfield and Councillor O'Hara-Sullivan.
Thank you, Chair, and thanks, Nick, for your report. I guess at the end of the day, councillors will decide on the library opening hours, so we'll make that decision in due course. I just a couple of quick questions. One was in relation to the story tree, the issues with that, and I just want to confirm that we are going to talk to Hutchies before we actually try and repair it ourselves, given that they actually donated the tree, and I'm quite convinced that they would be keen to ensure that it was rectified appropriately by themselves. I'd hate to think that council went to expense, which would be ratepayers' costs, when Hutchies would be more than happy to do it. No pressure on Hutchies if they're listening. But my other one is around the mountain bike, more about the process. I'm just wondering where if you could outline what the process is moving forward. We're obviously hearing feedback in relation to the park, Redland, and we just want to make sure that there's a process there to ensure that everyone's heard and that we know exactly what the impact is going to be on the park. And I'm wondering whether maybe council shouldn't organise a little day trip or a couple of hours to go down to Redwood Park and have a look around and just see what the implications are, so that we're on the ground seeing it, is a thought. But if you could outline what the process is moving forward, if you've got it in your head at all, Nick, at the moment. Thanks.
Yeah, thanks, Councillor Summerfield. The first step is to undertake and complete those environmental impact assessments, and until we receive those, it's difficult to preempt what the outcome might be from that. But I imagine, we'll be bringing those back to council either through an information session or through a formal report to say, here's the outcomes of the environmental impact assessments, and here are the modifications, the concessions that we need to make. It makes the project unfeasible, or it remains a viable option, and work through that. So I don't like to get too far ahead of ourselves. Let's cross each bridge as we come to it. Council's first commitment is to the environmental impact assessments. We'll do those and consider what they tell us. And in relation to your first question, yes, happy to confirm that we'll touch base with Hutchies around the tree.
Wonderful. Thanks, Nick. Appreciate it.
Okay, Councillor O'Hara-Sullivan, followed by Councillor Tim.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. You must love being so popular, Mr GM.
I need a drink of
All
water.
the questions. Can you remind me what the funding for the Soldiers Memorial Hall is? Have we got external funding for that? Can you remember any of the details of that?
We do have external funding through the Building Better Regions Fund. I think the total project cost is it $4 million with $2 million from externals? It was at least that. It might be a little bit more, roughly, yep.
Yeah.
2.2, I thought.
2.3 or 4 or something, yeah.
Thank you.
That's your question?
Yep.
Now, Tim.
Thanks, Chair. No,
I understand you.
I must be in your blind spot. That's all right. We got there.
You're not in a blind spot.
No, thanks. Thanks, Nick, for your report. And can I pick up on some of the good points that are already raised around the room? And I collaborate with Councillor Melissa on the art galleries. There is some outstanding work, and I was up at Kumbunji as well on the weekend, and the Rosalie Art Gallery doing some amazing work. Also, story time back at the libraries. This is a really good thing to see, and I know Councillor Vonoff picked up on it. Are we going to press release with those exact details of what and when this week? Good, I'll take the nod. I'd actually like to pick up on the libraries. I'm obviously getting a lot of calls about, and I welcome the process with the overall situation and where we're going in the session tomorrow with the results of that. So I'm very much looking forward to that. I know councillors are. Just with regard to the community rooms, I'm very aware that I tabled a petition about that this morning. I just want to pick up on a press release that's just gone live in the last hour or so. The first sentence, community groups can now book midweek after-hours functions at the Toowoomba City Library community rooms in addition to existing operating hours until 30th of September this year. So there's obviously a lot of changes in that the community may not be aware of it. I think prior to this, it was only if there was an existing booking up until 30th of June. So there are a lot of community groups who have been contacting me about this, and I welcome the changes in this press release that we've now got 3 more months. I just was wondering what happens after 30th of September, and if you could, on public record, outlay that process, that'd be great, Nick.
Thanks, Councillor McMahon. I'd be happy to. Great opportunity. I think, those changes that we see are in response to, again, we conducted a survey of users, and so changes that we've proposed there are in response to the feedback that we received there. The idea around making those after-hours bookings available up till 30th September is to allow time for council to consider the permanent hours. So the original trial was until 30 June. We intend to bring a report back to you by June. The trouble in doing so means that there's uncertainty on 1 July until council makes that decision. And so the feedback we're receiving from groups is, well, what happens, I can't make a booking on a Tuesday night in the first week of July because council may not make a decision until June. So we've extended those. And again, I'm very confident that the hours will be more than what they were in the original trial where there was no after hours. I'm very confident that there's certainly demand and need for access after hours. So by making that available through to September, we hope to provide some certainty to groups who make regular bookings to be able to hold those meetings after hours. And by June, council have made a decision permanently and we'll be able to revert to that.
No, thanks for that. And I welcome this press release, this change. And the groups that use that, particularly those in the petition this morning, can now book until 30th of September and we'll make a decision for the permanency. It's coming to our June committee meeting, is it?
That's the intent, yes.
Yes, thanks. Just one last question, Chair. Regarding the mountain biking in Redwood, obviously this is another issue that my phone and emails rings regularly about and has all year. I note we're doing the EIS at present and can I share around the table that it is very involved. A lot of community groups are putting a lot of work into that EIS, and I think that's the best way to alleviate the concerns. This has right of way in this situation. I just wondered if you'd comment, Nick, when does that close, if you know off the top of your head, and how a submission's looking in that regard.
Thanks, Councillor McMahon. No, I don't know the time frame for the completion of that environmental impact assessment. I'd need to get that detail from the team.
Thank you very much. That's all, Chair. Thank you.
Any further questions? Councillor McDonald, I will take this as the final question, if that's okay. We have some tight timeframes today.
Okay, I'll keep it very brief then. Thanks, Mr Mayor. First one, GM Nick, in regard to Rotrack Park at Pittsworth. Did you want to just elaborate a little on a toilet block that was advertised as being removed and not replaced, but decision has come through that may well change?
Thanks, Councillor McDonald. Yep, we've received plenty of feedback in relation to that one, so decision's been made to leave that toilet block in situ and take on board the feedback from community. So we'll get some comms out to the local community, change the signage there, and I know there's a bit of social media activity, so we'll do what we can there too.
Terrific. Second one, it's a little left field, if I could, Mr Mayor, and it might be a question on notice, or perhaps it's through you as the Mayor. The Milne Bay Drill Hall and Anzac Avenue housed the Milne Bay Military Museum, and one of the motivations for removal of that organisation and the highly regarded memorabilia was that the drill hall would be renovated, if you like, or refurbished to house the RAAF and the cadets, Army cadets, as it was back with the 11th Light Horse, actually, when it was first built in around 1914-15. I just wonder, through the passage of time, driving past there, I see absolutely nothing happening to that site. It's not our site, it's definitely not our site, it's Defence's site. But I just wonder, given the fact that we are storing some precious memorabilia, and I know the more precious ones are stored in a more humidified area, but we are still storing precious memorabilia in storage containers on our site. Whether anything is happening with that drill hall, or conversation should be had with the Mayor and perhaps the Head of Army, Colonel Barton, here in the region in regard to that hall, because it was a decision at the time that was taken out of us for a variety of reasons. It wasn't our decision to make, but we have a decision now because we're storing. We are storing that memorabilia on our land, and it's nearly 3.5 years since that time. And I wonder, Mr Mayor, through you, or Mr Mayor, whether a conversation or even a letter from you to Colonel Barton might be to just understand what is happening there, because if there was nothing happening to it, it was mothballed and it was deteriorating, that's a piece of history that I think this community should at least have some level of say in as well.
Okay. Happy with that? Any comments, Nick?
No, nothing.
Councillor Melissa, you've...
Thank you, Chair. I know you said that was the last question, but I'm really sorry. I did neglect to ask you a question, Nick, and I'm happy for you to take it on notice, just about the art galleries. I know it has been closed for some time, but the art gallery shop at the front of the gallery has been closed for a particular time. Is this a service that will be reinstated at some point? Because one of my things about going to a gallery, and my husband will certainly agree that it's one of my favourite parts of going to a gallery is doing the shopping in the art gallery shop, because I think it's a really great outlet to feature artists and works, and is also a draw card for tourists as well. So will it be reopened at some point?
Thanks,
I hope so.
Councillor Melissa. The ancient history to that is that the shop was operated by the Art Gallery Friends. That's not their real name, they had a different name. Friends of the Gallery, or Incorporated. And they were wound up, they ceased to exist, they chose to discontinue, and so it was operated by the volunteers and not by council. So we haven't had the capacity to review and look at what that might look like with council operating it or any other options. So that's the reason it's remained without anything happening there. I'd need to chase an update from the fabulous Sue about that, but I do know that capacity is an issue for that team to be able to look at and come up with options and costs for what that might look like.
Yeah, that'd be great, because I would love to see it reinstated. Thank you.
Can I add to
very brief questions, please. Councillor Summerfield, Councillor O'Hara, then Councillor Shine.
Just want to add that a number of the volunteers are still very keen to be involved, and were very disappointed when that was closed.
Great.
Thank you. Take that on board. Councillor O'Hara, similar question.
It's just a very quick one about the wording on that sign for the Rotaract Park that being closed in Pittsworth. Is it normal, or is this the wording that we would use? Toowoomba Regional Council intend to remove this toilet for end of asset life reasons with no proposed replacement. I mean, couldn't you say something that made sense to the general community?
It probably could have been better, yes.
So,
No,
I mean, is that...
I agree.
I'll discuss it with with the team. I prefer probably not to prosecute the
No.
performance of a staff member in a public meeting
I mean,
like
I
this.
just, we get accused all the time of not using common language. And
I agree, and we can do better.
Thank you. Councillor Shine, and
just
the portfolio leader will have a short time as well. Councillor Shine.
Just following up on Councillor McDonald's point about the drill hall, the Mill Bay situation, just a suggestion that in writing to Colonel Barton, you might also give consideration to engaging our new member for Groom to acquaint him with the recent history of events there and the attitude I hope that you hold with the 19,000 people who signed a petition asking for that drill hall to be restored to the Mill Bay Military Museum. And in the light of, also in the light of the fact that we now have a new Defence Minister who is a Queenslander, who might well be more open to common sense prevailing.
Thank you. I think the drill hall, together with the Mill Bay collection, has been a very, very long and a very difficult journey, and it certainly needs significant funding to bring it to where it ought to be. Councillor O'Shea.
Thanks, Mayor. Just really brief, just a comment we were talking about before with that sign. Look, taking out the exact wording or whatever's on that sign, I think also one thing we need to look at with that is that from the community's perspective or opportunity to have their say on something, if this is out of the ordinary or not of council, I mean, to put a sign up like that allows that community to have that, like they have rallied at the moment around to show how much something potentially means to them. Whereas if we're following through policy or things in the past, it's a lot better than the bulldozer coming in and then it's getting the complaints. So I think that whilst we can have a few talking about the wording or whatever it may be, but I think it's another example of council at least. There's ample opportunities for people in the community on this occasion to have their say on it, and we're hearing that.
Thanks, Councillor O'Shea. Look, we might close the discussion there. Would someone like to move the Environment Community Services report to be received, please? Councillor O'Shea and Councillor Carl. Those in favour? It's carried. Someone like to move we adjourn for lunch and return at 1:10? Councillor Summerfield and Councillor Shine. Carried.
No, sorry. Yeah.
Those in favour? Carried. We'll resume the meeting. General Manager, could you come on down, please? And the final group report is Finance and Business Strategy.
Good afternoon, councillors. I will take the report as read and just go through a couple of highlights. So a big highlight for us this year is the real estate agent portal, which we had a soft launch of that one on the 7th of April. There's a lot of work has gone in behind the scenes with this launch, with Shane and his team, and with ICT and customer service. So far, since that soft launch, we've had 400 hits to the portal. We're taking the opportunity as we receive phone calls to promote the portal to real estate agents and solicitors. So the information provided is provided free of charge. So this was previously provided free of charge over the telephone. So the information is available under sections 154 and 155 of the local government regulation. So we anticipate that this will save approximately 500 phone calls a month. So again, it's part of our improving innovation, improving our service delivery to our customers. So very, very happy with that one. So watch the space for the further developments there. Last month I mentioned our web chat and going live in customer service, and we have assisted 66 customers with web chat over the last month. So again, another process improvement and innovation there for our group, so we're very happy with that one. So happy to take any questions.
Any questions for the GM? Councillor Megan.
Thanks, Mr Mayor. Anne-Marie, could you explain to me, I was just looking and it jogged my memory with the positions advertised, what our process in terms of advising whether people have been given the job or not, they've not been successful in their application?
So if you apply for a job at council,
yep,
and goes through the recruitment process, and we have a process where we advise internal applicants as soon as possible in an informal manner, just to ensure that they're up to date, and all applicants are advised.
But in what sort of time frame? It's just that I've had two people say to me that they've applied for positions at council and not heard anything one way or the other.
So I'm happy to take that one on notice, councillor, and I would love to get those details of those, and I'll follow through with them.
Thank you.
Any further questions? Councillor Melissa.
Thank you, Mr Chair. Through you, thanks, Anne-Marie, for your report. It's exciting about that portal.
Yes, it is.
Well done. Just a question, please, on... Sorry, I've just lost the page number. I think it's page 41, which is the first page of... No, sorry. Second page, people and organisational development. Just with the workplace health and safety incidents, for the result for the month was 79. Can you just expand that for me? Is that an extraordinarily high number, or...?
So we are noticing a higher trend at the moment with incidents, and they are being investigated. So every incident is investigated. These have been reported through to our corporate safety, so we are very carefully monitoring. ELT review them on a weekly basis, all incidents.
Okay, thank you.
So they are being closely monitored.
Thanks.
And sorry, councillors, I should have just said with the real estate agent portal that we are the first council in Australia to implement this. So it's a huge,
excellent
issue for us.
Further questions? Councillor Megan, you, yes?
Yes, thank you.
you.
Maybe, Anne-Marie, thank you. It might be more of a question to the CEO. I know that we're going to talk about the staff survey results later in a confidential session, but I guess what I would like from you, Brian, would be some sort of assurance to the community and the staff of what is going to take place from here. How we're dealing with the results from the staff survey.
Councillors, the confidential one you're considering isn't about results on the staff survey. It's in response to the decision that council made, and one of those decisions that council made was to was to appoint an independent consultant to look at the results from the 2 previous surveys and also have a look at the policies and procedures that Council has in place now and actions that it has taken in response to the last 2 surveys in relation to sexual harassment, bullying and harassment. It was then to make recommendations to Council in relation to any further actions that it should take to minimise and eliminate sexual harassment or bullying within the workplace. So that's the process of what we're actually be looking at later on this afternoon.
Okay. Councillor McDonald.
Thanks, Mr Mayor. The General Manager actually stole a bit of the thunder in regard to that portal, but I just wanted to acknowledge the branch for that work because it is groundbreaking. And in fact, Anne-Marie, you might comment on the local government network that we had, where this was spoken about by Shane Morris in regard to not only this initiative, but other initiatives which go a long way in supporting the community in interacting with council. This is something that will go right across the state, I'm sure. But just the numbers again, if you wouldn't mind. Did you say 500 phone calls a month?
That's correct.
500 phone calls a month, and there's 400 already that have reached the portal.
That's right.
So
7th of April.
Yeah. So therefore, and from a phone call perspective, have we monitored how many phone calls we're having as well in regard to it?
No, and that would be part. So we haven't promoted. We haven't promoted this portal at all. So we are looking at doing that in May once we go through the soft launch and we can iron out any issues we may have. We haven't experienced any. Yeah. There have been extensive testing of the portal over the last number of months, just to, to proof it, if you like, to make sure it does what it's supposed to do, and the integrity around it as well, around the data there. That we have to be very careful with that. So we're very excited about this, and we hope that the investment that our council has made in this initiative, we will recover it as we roll it as it gets rolled out to other councils throughout Queensland and the country.
So it's not just about the real estate industry; it's all ancillary services to that, solicitors and banks and what have you that can access this data at any time, 24/7, which is a highlight. I just wanted to, if I could, Mr Mayor, just highlight, particularly with Robin in the room, in regard to the local spend for 56%, $12.2 million for March, with a target, this council said, of 60% for this year, and we're hovering around 50%, which is nearly $109.2 million. But is there, so 56% in March, should we be pushing harder for this, Anne-Marie, and if we should, what suggestions do you have, or is this something that will mature as we get closer to the end of this financial year?
Excuse me. Yes, we know that a 60% target is a stretch target, but we do set it for ourselves so we have something to aim for. And 56% for the month was a great result. We're hoping as the Capital Works programme ramps up over the coming months that we'll see that figure, that year-to-date figure increasing from that 50. But 109 million is a substantial investment in our local community.
Thank you.
Further questions around the room? Councillor Shine.
Yeah, no, thank you. Thanks, Mayor. Anne-Marie, I just wonder if you could go to people and organisational development. First table there, positions advertised for talent acquisition and retention. Just wondering how that works out. If you've got year to result, 344, but the staff turnover is 10%. Would that 344 mean that there were 344 vacancies, and that was represented by around about 10%? It would give you a workforce of 3,400, wouldn't it?
It would, but some positions could turn over quicker, so it's not necessarily every position.
Any further questions? No further questions? Someone like to move then that the Finance and Business Strategy report be received, please? Councillor Shine, Councillor McDonald, those in favour? That's carried. We now move to the Chief Executive Officer's monthly report as at November. Whoops, I got that wrong, but anyhow, I've got November 2 to 220 in my list here.
Councillors, I've only got one to raise today, and the rest I'll do in confidential later on. I think it was worth mentioning the continuing significant cybersecurity preventative works that we've had to do as an organisation, and that work undertaken by our Information, Communication and Technology branch. Our security appliances have blocked hundreds and hundreds of potentially malicious emails and probes on a daily basis, and I think we need to always stay, I think, hyper-vigilant in relation to the attacks that we face as an organisation, as does the community and individuals in general. There's a lot of phishing exercises that are happening, and also we as staff and also even as councillors, you need to be very mindful of approaches, phishing exercises where they're asking you to click onto links, malicious links that can take access to our security if we didn't have appropriate security in place. Having said that, we do have fairly sophisticated measures to prevent access and unauthorised access to our systems. I just thought I'd raise that one again, just so it stays at front of mind to our organisation and also to you as councillors. That's all I've got. Thanks.
Any questions for the Councillor Summerfield?
Thank you, Chair, and thanks, Brian. I've got a couple of questions, if I could. One is in relation to staff annual reviews, and I'm just wondering, is there a reporting mechanism in place to record reviews that are done, and if so, how are they tracking, and does that include general managers and yourself, of course? So I'll just preempt that by saying my reason for asking is I think that those reviews are also an opportunity for staff to be able to talk about concerns that have been raised in the staff survey.
Yes, we do. We do have those 6 monthly reviews, and they're recorded, and we have that's captured in the system in relation to all of our staff. With our contracted staff, contract staff, their contracts are it says once a year, but we do the same system. We do them 6 monthly.
Okay, and they're tracking well?
Yeah, they're tracking well.
Okay, thank you.
It used to be reported in our quarterly reports, I thought, but I'll just check that.
Okay, thank you. So my second question was around the consolidated performance report. Does that go on the, is that a public document that goes on the website for the community to be able to access?
It would be accessible, I would think, through the minutes of the meetings. Yes, should be.
Okay. So could I just ask a question in relation to the now service improvement, which I think it's on, yes it is, it's under service delivery and sustainability in your area, and there's service improvement and there's 4 lines there. I just wondered, could you just comment on that?
What page are you on board books?
At the very first. Oh, it's not on board books, I don't think. It's not in the report, is it? I think we're discussing it tomorrow, and we normally discuss it before the ordinary meeting. And instead we're having our briefing on it tomorrow. So maybe that could just be on notice, and
if you could just tell us the exact information you want, I'll see what I can grab for you. That's not a problem.
All right, thank you.
Any further questions for CEO? If not, would someone like to move the receipt of that report, please? Councillor McDonald and Councillor Carl. Those in favour? Carried. Councillors, we now move to a different area, and where matters for which notice has not been given, and then any other general business that's determined by council. But I thought it appropriate that I just report on a number of the regional activities that I No, there's nothing on 12. I guess this report should have been put in at a different place, but as far as I'm concerned, I've had a very difficult Thursday, Friday, and I wasn't able to get as much done as I had hoped. But I do intend to give a brief report on the regional activities that I've been involved in, and I just want to talk a little bit about the Darling Downs and South West Council of Mayors, a meeting that was held on the 25th and 26th of March. That involves 10 councils, and as you probably are aware, it's been going since 2015 and it's really finding its feet. Now, the key themes of that organisation are infrastructure.
Yes. So, Mr Mayor, I'll move that we receive your report on regional matters. Thank you.
Councillor Von Hoff and Councillor Taylor. Councillor Taylor and Councillor Von Hoff, sorry.
Those in favour?
Righto, there's 5 key themes that the organisation is looking at, and that's infrastructure, and of course there's been a lot of work done around road and rail collectively, digital connectivity, water quality and sustainability, and food and fibre leadership, as well as the 5th one is tourism. To give you an indication of the success of it, we had the Assistant Minister for Regional Roads and I believe for rail infrastructure manufacturing, Bruce Saunders, who's a member for up above Gladstone. We had his Director General came with him. We had the CSIRO Land and Water Lead Researcher, Dr Andrew Higgins, who spoke about a survey CSIRO had done on the freight options, and that was backed up by some very good work that came out of Mike Brady, who's done some research in that area too, broadly speaking. We had the Development of Ag and Fisheries General Manager, Rural Economic Development, Paul Walmsley, and also Andrew Langford, who's the Assistant Regional Director of Department of Ag and Fisheries. We had the member there, Katie Williams was there from Premiers, Christian Rose was there, Bryson Head from the Department of Prime Minister and Cabinet, National Drought and Flood Response Agency. He's working he lives in the Chinchilla area and he's working around drought response. We had the people from RDA. Fortunately, we had also Emma Bradbury from Murray-Darling Association. We'll talk a little bit about her support in a moment. Ernst & Young on behalf of the Department of Infrastructure Transport and how inland rail will link with the transport infrastructure in this area and how they are assessing grant proposals currently in that area. From ARTC, we had Joe Tate. From AgForce, we had Michael Guerin, the CEO. We had Associate Professor Jeff Argus from the University of Queensland and Director of Southern Queensland Health. We had John McVeigh from USQ, Ali Davenport from Tisby, Kate Venables from Catholic Care, Peter Homan from Country Tourism. LGAQ had their Policy Executive Member Paul McVeigh together with Economics and Regional Development Lau Chian and Intergovernmental Relations Lead Georgia Stafford. I was never confident that this organisation would actually get to where it's got to, but it is in fact doing a lot of good work now, advocating for particularly in areas around transport, digital connectivity, those sorts of things. The other matter I was involved in on the 17th and 18th of March was the Concept annual delegation to Canberra, and we spoke to a number of politicians there on both sides of politics, and I think our position has been made very, very clear to all those people. I could read them all out, but it would take up too much time. We were discussing the city deals, and of course the city deals focuses very clearly on infrastructure and connectivity. It focuses very clearly on jobs. It focuses very clearly on the resilient rivers, but importantly, I think collectively it focuses very clearly on waste management. We do hope that the city deal signing, which will involve this whole region, will be done in the first quarter of the 21-22 financial year. I just would need to say a little bit about the COVID outbreak in Toowoomba and the disappointment I had in terms of how we were notified. I, in fact, found out as a result of a post on Facebook. But prior to that, there was a letter coming out of the management that went to all the staff that I also had a copy of. During the month, I had an evening with the AgForce Board and the Honourable Mark Turner. I did, in fact, go to the First Nation conference meet and greet session where they launched their future gathering in regard to the First Nation. I am meeting on a reasonably regular basis, probably once a month, with the local federal and state members. I did have a meeting with the new president of the local RSL, Scott May. I had a speech at Harmony Day at USQ. I had to address the Queensland Fire and Biodiversity Consortium Fire Information Night held at the Perseverance Hall, organised by Ravensbourne Landcare. I think we all, those of us who went to the GM State School, will realise what an amazing event that was, 150 years. And we certainly pay our tribute to not only the GM School, but the Principal, Shelley Thompson, for the work that she's done. I was invited to speak to the Queensland Police Stock Squad at a training camp, and unfortunately flooding wouldn't allow me to do that. I was involved in 3 launches during the month, which is the website launch for the Visitors Information Centre, Multicultural Festival launch, and of course many of you joined myself and others at the Crummins family naming in Highfields. There was an assembly of the regional organisations of councils, which was disrupted pretty badly by the COVID launch in my particular case, but they are preparing information for the coming federal election to make absolutely sure that they can get their point across. And that, of course, one of the main focuses there is funding. Local government funding is not where it should be in terms of quantity and in terms of the way it's distributed. I had a discussion with Peter Kite, the Chief Operating Officer of the Port of Brisbane, regarding the discussion there has been and the major political discussion there is about moving the line, not this way, but the rail line, but via Gladstone, and he gave me some very interesting figures there. I think there were 2 hookups in regarding COVID-19 with the Premier, and one of those I had the opportunity of putting Toowoomba's case in terms of how that rolled out here. The other matter that I think was worthy of note was the opening of the Clifton Museum, and I don't know whether you other people had the opportunity to talk to Warwick Agnew, who's the Director General of, was the Director General of Premiers, and he's moved somewhere else now, so he's a valuable ally to have. I think the Toowoomba Royal Show was outstanding, obviously day one. We're certainly, there's a good reason why we should certainly support them. There's also the Darling Downs Resilience Strategy update. Jenna Buckley has provided information from the Queensland Reconstruction Authority on a proposal for developing the Darling Downs Resilience Strategy. This has been discussed for quite some time now, and I'll have more information on that in the coming weeks. Today, of course, we will be meeting with Matt Carroll from the Australian Olympic Committee, the CEO, and I think that's an opportunity for us to get some direction from Matt Carroll in terms of how he sees our chances and how we can better move forward, in the hope that getting something to do with the Olympic Games will give us the opportunity to get some of the necessary infrastructure that we so need. Look, that's been most of the things. I had intended to prepare a written report, but that'll happen next month on my activities. Any questions? Councillor Somerville?
So, Mayor, that's going to be a regular update you're going to provide each month?
Well, I hope so.
Okay, that'd be great. So that would be written as a report in future for us to read in the lead up.
It was going to be done on Thursday, but there was an incident in my broader family that I had to attend to.
Okay, thank you.
The other thing that's I didn't mention there is the Water Alliance. We're certainly moved to the stage now where the company limited by guarantee is close to being formed, and it has to be signed off, of course, by all the directors who are the local mayors. That's very close to it. Emma Bradbury from Murray-Darling, Australia, is offering us some financial support to get that to happen. Hopefully that will work out okay. And we have certainly got the contacts with the Deputy Prime Minister's office in an attempt to get get some funding that will help us work to look at future water options and broaden the scope of the current Queensland government scope, which is only Toowoomba and Southern Downs. I will be addressing a meeting of the Border Rock in May at Stanthorpe, where the border councils come together in an effort to get some more people involved from New South Wales. And further to that, I have had a contact with the Mayor of the Banana Regional Council as well as a member for Callide who want to talk to us about the potential there is in the Nathan Dam from their point of view, and potentially how it could possibly have an impact on water this way. You had a question, Councillor Shine?
Yeah, you mentioned it may be a private conversation, I don't know, but you mentioned the conversation you had with the head of the Port of Brisbane Authority and relative to whether or not, or relative to the possibility of the inland rail line going to Gladstone instead. One assumes he would be opposed to that, but was there anything that you can reveal from that conversation of interest?
Well over 66% of the freight is city to city. As you know, his view, and I sought his view is that if the rail line didn't come to Toowoomba and it went elsewhere, that freight would still have to be taken from Brisbane to Gladstone, Gladstone to Brisbane. So that would mean that there would have to be an additional line built with the capacity of carrying that freight, or it would have to go on truck. So I think those matters will hopefully play out. I know that they'll become quite political in the next 12 months or so, but the business reality is that the freight, well over 66% of the freight, is capital to capital. Councillor Bonhoff.
Thanks, Mayor. You spoke about the Water Alliance and your conversations with New South Wales councils. And originally you discussed Tenterfield's inclusion. Can you give us an update on where that stands, please?
Tenterfield are very, very keen to be part of it. They were some of the initial people. In fact, it was a conversation quite some years ago with Peter Petty from Tenterfield that predicated the movement the way we've gone as a group of mayors. But he is wanting to include other shires in that area, and some of those shires include, I believe, Inverell and Moree. They would have an interest in securing water futures. It also includes, of course, the Mole River Dam, the discussion that they're having down that way. So we just wait to see how the discussion I have with the Border Rock at Warwick next month goes in terms of whether they want to in fact be part of a broader scope when it comes to looking at water. So I've had two conversations with Mayor Ferrier from the Banana Shire where the Nathan River Dam is, and he's no doubt fairly keen to talk to us and may be fairly keen to join the alliance too, given the potential there would be of the Nathan River Dam, Nathan Gorge Dam. Any further questions? next month I'll attempt to make sure that we've had the time. One of the things I did find in the Canberra trip is that except for this council, except for Lockyer, except for Scenic Rim, there was significant support staff in Canberra with the representatives from the council, significant support staff, and people who in fact are capable of lobbying are well known to ministers. So, you know, maybe I've had a conversation with Councillor Shine about the possibility of him getting us a better connection into the state government in some way without costing us too much money, getting those meetings that we need to have around infrastructure, around water and around the Olympics. So I'll continue that. Any further questions? Someone like to move the receipt of that verbal report, please? Councillor McDonald, Councillor McMahon. Those in favour? It's carried. Thank you. We move then to closing the meeting to the public. Would someone like to move we close the meeting to the public and go into confidential, please?
Before that, Chair, I've got some questions, please.
Some questions before we go into confidential?
That's right.
Relating to the confidential nature?
That's right.
Okay, before we put the motion, Councillor Von Hoff.
So we've got 3 items in confidential, and I refer to the last one, item 17, reconsidering the deferred council report from the 16th of March, the progress report, service delivery review and workplace planning program. And the reasons given for that moving into confidential relates to industrial matters affecting employees. And I wanted to ask the question because, I mean, service delivery is something that we heard about this morning from GM Nick. It's about library services and resourcing. It's about footpaths. It's about roads. It's about things that really make a difference to people's everyday lives. Is there a way, and I'm reading straight from the state government's effective decision-making handbook here, is there a way that confidential elements, such as names or personal information, can be presented or protected in such a way, in like a separate confidential attachment, so that the reports can be published? Is there a way that we can try to discuss some of these things in a more transparent way for our community, and the things that need to be confidential, they're kept confidential, and that might be through, as recommended here, protecting names or the personal information in a separate confidential document? Through you to the CEO.
Councillors, this report is considering whether it's about a change in structure of the organisation. It's not about the detail that's behind that at this point in time. If you wanted to do something separate in relation to that, I don't have a problem with council doing that in relation to what the program actually achieves. But the purpose of this one is to discussing a structural change to the organisation, and staff may or may not be affected depending on what the decision of council is in relation to this. And the recommendations per se, which you have before you, if you can have a look at that, it talks about a consultation process that we would engage in with staff. So at this stage it's about engaging with the staff in relation to that structural change. Anything that, if council wished to bring forward a more transparent report, I suppose, in response to what the service delivery review could undertake, we could put that as a separate report to council if you wish to do that.
Okay, thank you.
Any further questions before we begin the discussion? We've got a motion. Okay. A mover and seconder, please, for the moving into confidential. Councillor McDonald has moved. Councillor Shine has seconded that. Those in favour? Okay, thank you. Move back to item number
15.
the confidential CEO's report. Do I have a motion there, please, that we received? Councillor Carl has moved. Councillor Carol Taylor. Those in favour? Carried. We move then to item...
I'll leave it.
Okay, thanks, Carol. Thanks, Bill. We move then to item 16. Someone like to move accordingly? We did have a recommendation that we go to that particular group.
PKF.
Number
An
7,
amendment?
or 8, sorry.
It's up there.
Yep,
Wendy just had it up.
yeah, thank you.
Oh, right.
Okay.
Oh, yeah.
Moved by Councillor Von Hoff. A seconder, please. Councillor Summerfield. Those in favour? That is carried. The final one is... Councillor...
Oh, we've got a bit. Bill.
Bill back, yes, sorry. So we'll have to...
What's Wendy's over there?
Unanimous.
Oh, it's unanimous.
In the absence of Councillor Carl.
Yep.
The final one, number 17, is the one we've just dealt with. Is there a motion of any sort, please?
Happy to move.
I think we're going to defer, aren't we?
No.
Sorry.
I move that we accept the officer's recommendation.
Councillor Carl has moved the acceptance of the recommendation. Councillor Shine.
Second.
Will second it. I'll put that to the vote. Those in favour? Those against? The vote's recorded.
Yes. I request a division of the vote.
Can I just ask a question of the mover of that? With that structure map changed, or?
We voted on
The recommendation.
Yep.
Yes.
With the organisational chart change, yeah.
Yes, so I'm against that, and that's the reason I'm against it.
Sorry. Those who voted against that particular resolution, that's Councillor Melissa Taylor, Councillor Nancy Summerfield, Councillor Kim, Councillor Rebecca, and Councillor Carroll. Okay, the motion is carried. That brings the meeting to a conclusion. I will... meeting's closed. I'll just go and get